start for it, right?
Let's get started.
We have a yard now, which we never really had before because we moved out by HMI, and I'm like so excited about yard work. I know it'll wear off, but it's
Still in the honeymoon phase.
Well, good morning, everybody. We're gonna get started here. It is May 26th at 11 a.m. and we're gonna start with item number 1 of this work session, overview and discussion regarding domestic violence in Lake County, including existing community services and resources, current needs and challenges, and coordination among local agencies and community partners. This will be led by our community partners. Who would like to start? Community partners?
Let Kristen start since she has a very nice presentation.
Well, I would say I have a brief presentation that may
Okay.
add some context, and that might be a good place to start,
Sure.
if that feels okay for everybody.
That feels great.
Help me know what etiquette is for these meetings, cause I don't wanna have my back to everyone I'm talking to, but I also wanna be mindful of the
You can
virtual
come sit
stuff.
up here.
Is that fine?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you can even drive.
Oh, gosh, that would be wonderful. I love to drive the computer, less so the car. Thank you. Of course.
You know how to share the screen.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good. Okay, can you give a thumbs up online that you can see the screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Cool. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Kristen King. I'm co-executive director at Advocates of Lake County, which I'm going to tell you about in just a second. And I put together just sort of a little bit of framing for where we're at with domestic violence in Lake County, particularly recently. This isn't the full picture, but it's some of the more critical stuff, and then how all of that fits into violence in the community overall. So please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions at all. I also have lots more data than what's in here, so if there's anything that you're like, I want to hear more about that, please make a note and let me know so I can get that to you. So just a little quick background on ALC. We have been providing services to victims and survivors of domestic violence and other violent crimes in Lake County for over 40 years. Tales of our founding include 1981, 1982, and 1983. One of those, I'm roughly the same age as ALC. Can I admit Cameron?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. And we provide a variety of services from violence prevention through the resolution at the end of an instance or prolonged period of violence. We run the county's only 24/7 crisis hotline. Obviously, 911 is also a thing available 24/7, but they serve slightly different functions. We do a lot of safety planning, although we are no longer using our property on Alder as a safe house. We do still provide emergency shelter for folks, legal advocacy, and a variety of other support services for folks in and around Lake County. We're also part of an international network of domestic violence shelters, and so we will often support folks from other places in exchange for our folks being supported other places when it's not safe for them to stay here. In addition to our core work around domestic violence and sexual assault, human trafficking, other kinds of violent crimes, we also provide services to prevent and respond to homelessness, and that is specifically for Lake County residents. So that's everything from rental assistance, keep people from getting kicked out of their housing, to if they do lose their housing, helping them find and sustain stable housing as quickly as possible, and just helping them get connected to the resources that they need to stay safe. And all of these fit together to help people live safe, well-supported lives free of violence and trauma, and if those things do occur, to help them recover and get back on their feet as quickly as possible. So just a little bit of context in terms of the level of use of our services. In 2025, we had 830 instances of support provided through our crisis hotline. We say instances of support because the same person can call multiple times. So the unduplicated number is not necessarily 830, but because folks don't always identify themselves when they call, we can't give you a true unduplicated number because we can have 5 anonymous people or the same anonymous person 5 times, and there's not a great way for us to parse that out, but you can assume safely that it's several hundred, but it is less than 830. So it's, that's a pretty high volume of use. That's, multiple calls per day. Some days we don't get any calls, some days we'll get 15, you just never really know. So all I have to say, we have all of these services and domestic violence continues to be a problem, not just in Lake County, nationally and internationally, but we're seeing escalation instead of improvement in a number of key areas. And the big one that I want to touch on here, because I think it is super relevant to the larger conversation that we're having, is domestic violence homicide. We know that domestic violence homicide is highly preventable. However, it is also extremely common, much more common than we want it to be. In an 8-month period, we had 2 domestic violence homicides in this community, which is shocking and very upsetting. And it is not because we don't have phenomenal crisis response services, we do. It's because there are missing pieces, and we're gonna get to that in just a moment. But it goes beyond domestic violence. We know that that's not the only kind of violence that we're seeing here. We also had in the same month, actually, hang on, that's wrong. The same month, a year later.
Can you continue to let people in, please?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, since you're driving.
Yeah, no worries. I used to produce webinars professionally, so I usually notice right when it pops up, so thanks for the assist. Okay, so in August 24, we had a domestic violence homicide. We had another in April 25. And then in August 25, on the first day of school, we had a lockdown due to an instance of gun violence. And then 2 days later, Heath, was it 2 days later? There was another youth-involved shooting incident at Ice Palace Park. Neither of those involved a fatality. And then a month later, unrelated to domestic violence still, there was a road rage shooting incident that resulted in a fatality, and I believe that particular individual was charged with second-degree murder. So we're seeing multiple types of violence that are happening in the community, and I'm emphasizing right now firearm violence because that's what I have the most visibility into, but also because of the overlap between our rural community and rural gun death rates. And also the impact of the presence of a firearm in the home on the increased risk of homicide in a DV situation. And so this is nationally, overall, the rate of gun deaths in rural areas is 40% higher than in large metropolitan areas. And there are some aspects of being in an isolated community like ours that make it safer for us in many ways. But unfortunately, that doesn't track when it comes to gun violence according to the data. Now, this is not to imply that like guns are fundamentally bad or any of those things. Like I own firearms myself. This is just looking at the statistics of the co-occurrence of the presence of a firearm and the likelihood of death in certain circumstances. So I just want to be really clear about that. So based on the numbers that are currently available, which are always lagging a little bit, in 2022, there were at least 83 DV-related homicides in the state of Colorado, and well over half of those were used a firearm in the commission of that homicide. And that is, on average, nationally, it's about 50%. So that's a little bit higher in the state of Colorado, which tends to track with higher, on average, gun ownership in rural areas and a number of other factors that make sense. But Colorado does have a slightly higher rate. We also know that when a male abuser has access to firearms, the risk of death to a female partner is substantially higher, 4 times higher. In some places and some circumstances, I forget the exact number, but after a certain number of instances, it's like 800% higher. So we know that there's a real clear and well-documented correlation there. And just the presence of a gun in the home increases risk of homicide for women by as much as 500%. Now, the presence of gun in a home increases the risk of homicide or accidental death for anyone, which is why safe gun storage is super important. You're gonna hear a lot about that in June because that is gun violence awareness. Public health is doing amazing stuff right now with making free gun locks and other resources available. So if you take nothing away from this conversation, safe gun storage saves lives. But particularly when it comes to domestic violence, the presence of a firearm significantly increases the stakes. And this part is not in the slides, but we also know that the highest risk period for someone to die in the context of intimate partner violence is when they are trying to leave. That is the absolute highest risk period, when they're trying to leave, in the period immediately after they have left. And it takes people on average 7 times to leave and stay gone. And so we're looking at a very high period of risk over a long period of time when people are trying to exit a domestic violence relationship.
When you say 7 times, like 7 incidents of being like physically abused, or 7 times
7
trying to walk out
attempts.
the door?
7 attempts to get out of the relationship.
Okay.
The number of instances of abuse ranges from 1 to like infinity before people, have the desire and take the action to actually leave. So this is once they take the action, it's on average 7 attempts to leave before they get out, stay out, and don't go back to that person. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes terrifying sense.
Yeah, and there's a lot of reasons for that, right? It's pretty complicated, and that sort of goes into the ecosystem conversation that I'm hoping that this is gonna turn into for a long time, because there's a lot of factors that contribute to that, and it is pretty horrifyingly clear when we step back and look at it like that. So there's these other pieces though that increase the risk in Lake County in particular, and this is where we start to get into a concept called the social determinants of health. So there's the stuff that happens to us, those are like our life experiences, and then there's the environment in which those things are happening. You can think of it like we're the plant, we're growing, and we're growing in soil, and we're growing surrounded by air, and there's rain, and there's other stuff going on. So the social determinants of health are like the environment, and we're like the plant. So in our environment here in Lake County, we see higher poverty rates than we do in other areas for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is, lack of available employment and the high cost of housing. Speaking of housing, we do have disproportionate cost burden for our renters, just like a lot of places, but it's particularly hard here just because the housing stock is so small and the demand is so high. We do.
It's #1 in the state.
Is it really in the state? Okay.
It's #1 in the state.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's a lot, that's a big deal, that is a huge risk factor for us. There's just a lot of instability that comes along with that. We've had interruptions in people's access to food-related benefits in the last year, for example, just a lot of moving pieces. And then we also have a community that has dealt with, generations of this boom and bust cycle, and a lot of other vulnerabilities that all come together and just elevate the risk that our community faces, just making us increasingly more vulnerable. And I think that it's also worth noting that the Healthy Kids Colorado survey ranked our particular region as being above the state median for instances of dating violence and sexual coercion among youth. I realize this isn't specifically youth focused, but all of these pieces fit together because this is not a problem that's specific to just adults or just children or just one other demographic group. It's really all of us, because it is the soil that we're rooted in and it's the air that surrounds us as we're growing and moving through our lives. So, this really speaks to the idea that this isn't happening in a vacuum. It's not like just like one person did something dumb and then it causes problem for everybody else. No, we have a lot of people who are under a significant amount of pressure, and all of those pieces compound to increase everybody's risk. And so what's the solution to that? Well, the solution is to reduce the pressure on a community-wide level, and there are lots of things that we can do to do that. And so my hope is that in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna get you real on board and real excited about what those things are, so we can, keep moving forward together to turn around some of these trends. We're really, really good already at crisis response. We have fantastic law enforcement, both in the police department and in the sheriff's office. We have great victims advocates through the sheriff's office. We have a dedicated advocacy organization in ALC. We have just incredible work from a variety of community partners who really get the job done when something bad has happened. We're really, really good, and when we see someone drowning, pulling them out of the water. The place that we have a real opportunity to make a significant and meaningful difference is in preventing violence before it happens. And this primary prevention piece is where we go to start to relieve and reduce some of that pressure. If we think of Lake County as like an Instant Pot, I don't know if anyone has ever used an Instant Pot. If you cook the Instant Pot and it beeps and it's like, your rice is done, and you try to just take the lid off, that shit's gonna explode. You're gonna get burnt. There's gonna be a big dent in your ceiling, because when you turn it, it's gonna we're kind of in a pressure cooker, and what primary prevention does is turn that little venti thing, so all the steam comes out of the Instant Pot, and then you can safely open the lid and there's no explosion. And when we're doing community violence prevention properly, the vent is always open, so we're constantly letting off steam instead of risking a big explosion. And that's where that prevention piece comes in, because it stops things from escalating to a high pressure situation. Most people do not wake up and say, you know what, I feel like punching my partner in the face today, or you know what, I feel like taking a gun to Ice Palace Park and ruining a bunch of people's day, all in one fell swoop. Most people don't do that. Most people find themselves following a series of events that leads them to doing something that they had not been planning to do. And that's part of the reason that safe gun storage is really, really important, because it prevents those things from escalating in ways that cannot be fixed and cannot be undone. So let me just pause there. I talk really fast and I talk a lot. Are we good? Do we have questions? Anything that I said that did not make sense?
Does domestic violence include violence towards the children in the house, or just spouse on spouse?
That is a great question. So domestic violence specifically refers to violence between intimate partners, but there are other forms of abuse that may also occur. And so oftentimes if we have a romantic relationship where one partner is violent toward another, that person is often also violent or abusive toward others in the household. So that could include elder abuse, that could include child abuse, it could include violence toward pets. So when we're talking about the statistics in terms of domestic violence, we are talking about intimate partner violence. So husband and wife, husband and husband, boyfriend, girlfriend, any kind of romantic relationship, but it doesn't necessarily mean that those other types are not also happening. Does that make sense?
I apologize if you're gonna go over this in a
that's
bit, but is there different age groups that are higher or lower than others? Like, we see like 20-somethings being more likely to commit this than elderly,
Yeah, that's a really good question, Andy. I know that there are data on that, and I know that particularly for firearm instances, in men, it tends to skew a little bit younger, like in the 25 to 45, but I don't know the current data to speak definitively on what those numbers actually are. Do you want me to circle back on that?
Sure.
Okay, let me just make one note. Okay, cool, I will, and then let me say Andy. Okay, beautiful, thank you. Other questions? Okay, keep going. All right, so when we're talking about primary prevention, we're reducing population level risk factors before a crisis happens. And so what that looks like is a multidisciplinary approach where we look at all the moving pieces in our community and we start kind of chipping away at them as they go holistically, rather than just tackling one thing at a time or focusing on only one individual or one demographic group. So for example, public health is again doing a really good job with the safe gun storage messaging. So that's one example of something we can do on a population level to reduce risk. Creating increased access to food or financial support for people who are under a lot of stress. Maybe they're underemployed or they don't have stable housing, or they don't know how they're gonna feed the kids this weekend. That lowers the temperature for everyone who's in that situation rather than one single individual. It doesn't mean we ignore the individual, but it means we look at adjustments and interventions that can have a positive impact on multiple people and groups at the same time. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So when we do that, when we reduce the risk factors, then as challenges happen, as people run into problems, as they have obstacles in their life, they have more resources and support around them, so they're less likely to be in a state of panic or to feel like they're backed into a corner and to resort to extreme measures to deal with whatever's going on, because they have other tools available rather than just, one ultimate solution that's not good for anybody. So what we're working on right now at ALC is relaunching our violence prevention team. And when we see communities under a lot of pressure like ours, that's a community that's under chronic stress. Chronic stress is a form of trauma that changes the way our brains work, changes the way our bodies work, changes the way we interact with people, and that on a community level can really break down a lot of social networks and a lot of supports that have historically been really critical to all of our survival and well-being. And the VPT's job, the violence prevention team's job, is to try to rebuild and strengthen those networks with a systematic approach that again is multidisciplinary and involves different groups, different angles, all kind of tackling the same problem from the ways that they can from their where they're at and their expertise. And when we're looking at these social determinants of health, there are a ton of ways that we can make adjustments. We can make adjustments at school. We can make adjustments through public health. We can make adjustments through community policing. We can make adjustments through the way we communicate about resources that are available and deliver services. There's lots of places that you can reach out to and start making positive changes. So what we're really looking at with relaunching VPT is a structured approach that is intentionally looking at all of these different social determinants of health, so we can be really strategic about setting goals, being on the same page about who's doing what and how that's working toward those goals, and starting to track those incremental changes as we start to build momentum in a number of areas with the goal of reducing violence and increasing safety. And it's not just about domestic violence, as I mentioned, because the things that increase vulnerability to domestic violence are the things that increase vulnerability to all violence. So any place that we start to make a dent stands to have a positive impact on every other place. You know how like you're like, I'm gonna start running, and so you start like exercising, and then like suddenly you're like, I should like eat a salad or something, and then that accumulates, and then suddenly you're like, I should go to bed earlier, and that accumulates. We make one little change anywhere, and those changes start to accumulate as we build momentum and we start to get gains. And so that's really what we're moving toward. Historically, the violence prevention team did have great contributors at the table, and so we're really hoping that as we're relaunching, which hopefully will be next month, it was gonna be this month, but my husband was in an accident and we thought my whole family had measles, and both of those things have worked out okay, but didn't go great for the scheduling, so we're looking at June now. But in any event, we are really hopeful that all of those same incredible partners are going to be at the table again, as well as bringing others in. And when we are taking that social determinants approach, there's literally no one in the community who can't contribute to this effort if they want to, because it really kind of levels the playing field and gives lots of people lots of things they can do to make a meaningful difference without putting it all on any one individual or organization, because it really all goes together. What we are hoping for, commissioners, we would love some money to help fund the violence prevention team. We do have a bit of funding through our Offense on Violence Against Women grant, which is specifically for rural communities, that allows us to do some of the work, but we are trying to relaunch and we want to purchase some training materials that are specific to rural communities. So we're asking for $5,000 to contribute to that, which again is braiding in with other funding, and we do have a couple other asks out as well. And this will really, it's gonna happen either way, but it really does help us make a more robust relaunch and get some things in place a little bit earlier, a little bit more quickly than if we had less funding. Happy to talk about that in more detail if you like. But let's talk about what it costs us when we're not doing anything about this. And to be clear, I don't think Lake County is doing nothing about violence. I don't think that's the case. However, I do think there's a lot of opportunity for us to be more strategic and to do it more intentionally and in a more structured way. And so I just want to acknowledge it is happening. I think we can do even more of it. When communities do nothing, we continue to incur costs at a pretty rampant level. I don't know if we have data specific to Lake County. I'm not sure if those exist, but the average cost of a single homicide, if we put everything together, is over $17 million. And so we're talking about things like lost productivity, the hours spent by various law enforcement operations, criminal justice system, while people are waiting trial, we have to feed them, all of this stuff, driving back and forth to crime scenes. There are all these things that go together. When we put all of it together, we're looking at over $17 million per instance. We've had 3 homicides in 3 years, and if we go by those numbers, just straight math it, I mean, that's over $50 million. Now, does it actually cost that much in Lake County? I don't know. I don't know what those numbers are, but I know that it's more than $0. And that there are things that we can be doing to prevent some of this. The lifetime economic cost of intimate partner violence outside of homicide is over $100,000 for a female victim and over $20,000 for a male victim. That comes from the CDC. The total population of the United States, that's a cost into the trillions of dollars. Again, these are things like lost productivity. We know the association between trauma experiences and physical health throughout the lifespan. All of these things come together to cost a lot of money as a result of these pieces. So there's a lot of cost that comes along with this, and prevention by comparison is ridiculously inexpensive. The cost to prevent one homicide is around $30,000 in the context of a coordinated citywide prevention effort, which is what we are looking at doing with the violence prevention team. There's various numbers when you look at different types of violence prevention in different communities, but anywhere from $40 to over $80 return per dollar spent on violence prevention. And I think this last piece is super, super important. This one comes from NCBI, which is linked down below, is that violence prevention has been identified as the single most effective way to promote economic development in communities with a multiplier effect. So everything we do to reduce violence creates space for greater economic development in Lake County, which reduces our vulnerability to violence because we are going directly to addressing some of those things that make us most vulnerable in the first place, not the least of which is economic instability. So that's the overview, that's the ask, $5,000, please, please, please. And this is ALC's contact info. You can get to me if you wanna get me directly by when you call that main number, just press 3 for admin and that goes right to my desk. So that's what I got for you. Happy to answer questions. Also happy to go back to my seat and hear from you later.
I didn't see anything about alcohol and drug abuse, and that's certainly a huge factor. Did I miss it?
You didn't miss it. It absolutely is a big factor, and that's one of those pieces that fits into the social determinants. I didn't pull together alcohol and violence as contributors to domestic violence. That's certainly available, so if you want me to circle back with you on that, I can. But from a public health perspective and looking at social determinants, we'll see increased rates of violence, increased rates of substance use, often occurring simultaneously, or one will start and the other will follow. And those are all driven by those same risk factors. So economic instability, lack of access to resources, trauma, all of these things are symptoms of the larger issues of these social determinants not meeting people's needs. And so then they're finding other ways to get their needs met because they don't have access to safer, healthier options. Does that make sense? I always check because sometimes I don't know if what I started my sentence with and what I ended my sentence with connected, so I'm counting you all to tell me if you got lost.
I see that. It seems like buying alcohol and drugs contributes to the economic instability. That stuff's very expensive.
It certainly can, and one of the things that we see a lot of is that we'll start to, I used to work in a public health consulting firm that did a lot with substance abuse treatment and prevention. One of the things that we'll see a lot, and I'm sure public health can speak more to this, is when communities are under stress, we'll start to see changes in purchasing patterns around all kinds of substances. It'll be alcohol, it'll be tobacco, it'll be cannabis. We'll also see it in like illicit substances. We'll start to see increased activity, and then we'll start to see increased overdose activity. We'll start to see increased instances of like drug what's the word I'm looking for, like drug-driven psychosis. We'll start to see increased instances of uncontrolled violence because folks are vulnerable, so then they do something to try to address the stress that they're under, and then that can often exacerbate it or release some of their inhibitions, and then it spills out into other places. And then it makes them more vulnerable because they often will lose access to resources that they had. They might get fired, they might get kicked out of their home, things like that. And so it kind of perpetuates the cycle. So any place we can interrupt that has a downstream effect to everything. right? So we wanna pull people out of the river, but we also wanna stop them from falling in the first place, but anywhere we can get them out of the river along the bank is still good news. Does that get at what you were referring to, or did I answer something adjacent? Or both?
No, I think you did fine.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. What else?
Kristen, I really appreciate all this information. Thank you so much for coming.
You're so welcome. Thanks for having me.
As a work session, we can't make decisions about funding, but I'm gonna ask that our staff get a decision on a regular work session or a regular meeting so we actually can.
That would be great.
And $5,000 is nothing. And this is one of our main tasks, is the health and safety of our community as county commissioners. So, I love having ALC in here, I love the work that you've done with our departments as well, and if there are other specific asks with funding attached, I would love to continue hearing from ALC.
Okay, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate you guys.
I also know that we cut money from the DA, who was doing, and the DA was funding, what was
The sexual assault response team.
the sexual assault response team, and in our conversations, you said that ALC can't take that specific task back up. But it just seems appropriate that because of the funding that we did not give to the DA, that we, you know, funnel it in a different direction that can have some really local effect.
Yeah.
So I'm definitely willing to look at the amount that we did not send on to the DA and come up with some more options to address it locally.
That sounds great, because that one of the challenges is that, you know, everyone working in this space is seeing funding cuts. And so in a community that already has to do so much more with so much less compared to others, now we're really doing that. So
Yeah.
lots of human services organizations are seeing cuts, and we are seeing cuts specifically for victims advocacy work, for violence prevention work, for gun violence prevention work, and just a lot of programs that have previously funded some of this just don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what led to start the sexual assault response team. From what I understand, like the funding had to be reallocated from that to some of these other places that are no longer funded on like a judicial district and state level. And because of the access that would be required to confidential information in the justice system, ALC just can't do that part of it. But what we can do is the prevention stuff, is the training stuff, is the support that used to come through START for law enforcement, for example, like training on trauma-informed victim interviews, things like that. Like we can do those pieces of it, and we just need funding for it, because it's not part of the original plan.
Right.
So we'll get the gap filled, but it may not be completely, because there's just some stuff that is out of our scope that we literally can't get to.
I think that kinda answered the question I have of, it sounds like, you know, putting a little bit of funding towards things like the VPT and other programs you guys are looking at, sounds like a great, you know, return on investment to be, it almost sounds insensitive to think about it in dollars and cents, but it does sound like a great way to benefit the community. And that those, what you just said would be like some of the examples of like what this funding would go towards
Exactly.
specifically.
Exactly, well said. I think the other piece here is this isn't the only thing we're doing. Like if I had unlimited funding, the next immediate thing I would be doing would be adult and adolescent like emotional regulation training, like anger management, helping people with stress reduction, helping people take ownership of like what they actually need in their own lives, not from a like you're lazy, take ownership perspective, but like people literally don't know the places that they have power in their own life to make a decision, to advocate for themselves, to ask for what they need, to make a change in things that are happening in their home, in their family, in their substance use, in their mental health, in their employment. And I happen to be a national expert on a wellness self-management program that is evidence-based, that like gives people a structure and a framework that literally anyone can do, from like a 5-year-old to a 105-year-old. That is manualized, evidence-based intervention. It works. That would be the next thing I'd launch. I'd be running those groups every single week in the county for everybody, English, Spanish, like, so. If you find extra money and you wanna throw it at us, that's where it's going next, so.
Cool.
We got big plans.
Cool.
Yeah, that's good stuff. Cool, other questions for me?
You mentioned two things that sort of connected dots for me when you talked about the pressure cooker and letting off steam, and then you talked about running, and it made me think about recreation as a form of like therapy almost, you know, like people blowing, like I need to go blow off steam. Like when we go ride motorcycles, like, oh,
Right now.
go have throttle therapy. Like,
Yeah.
we literally talk about these things like as a solution to being the pressure, letting off the pressure that's built up. Is there anything that you guys do that do connect, you know, maybe some targeted demographic folks, like guys my age or whatever, to like recreational opportunities that could help them, like, you know, like go and like make turns on the mountain and let the mountain kick your butt a little bit so that, you know, you go home and you're like, whew, alright, like blew off steam, you know, like how, is there anything?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we are hoping to get off the ground. And I've actually been having meetings with a recovery program that works in the High Rockies area that does some stuff like that. So I've been working with them on like, what are some ways that we can bring that programming into Lake County? I'd love to see us have like men's groups and do like, you know, like sober fishing trips or, you know, like dirt bike club or whatever. Those things do exist, but they're not something that we are currently doing in a structured way, but that's one of the things on my list of like, if I had absolute power and infinite resources, that we would be doing regularly. The two main things that we're trying to get off the ground right now are that evidence-based group that I mentioned. It's a 12-week intervention, and so it creates like a lot of like community-focused connection over a period of time that allows people to develop relationships, and then there's options to continue beyond. But also things like community crafting nights, support groups, like group walks, like just different activities to bring people together face to face in ways that are health promoting rather than health reducing, but don't have a lot of pressure or stress attached to them. So I think we're on the same page. And it's about, you know, getting the funding and the resources to be able to do those things and to do them not just once, but reliably, right? Cause the only thing worse than having no resources is telling someone, here's a resource, just kidding, right? Cause that's almost worse. Yeah, we don't wanna do that to people. So, yeah, great ideas, great questions. Cool, okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you very
Kristen.
much.
Yeah, you can keep driving if you want.
I mean, if you need a hand, let me know, I got you. You know what, I'm gonna sit over there so I'm not blocking you guys. No, I'm gonna block you instead.
Okay, who's next? Community partners?
Yeah, I can jump in.
Thank you.
Kristen, that was a wonderful presentation, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so from the law enforcement standpoint, when we encounter domestic violence situations, this is one of those rare laws that we have to enforce. So usually we have discretion, if pulls we're speeding or whatnot, what are we doing in that situation? We're taking in the totality of all the circumstances. However, in this type of situation, it's a shallow arrest offense. So it is something that we want to make sure that we're putting in front of the judge, and the judge is taking the appropriate steps for continuing to protect the victim, and then we continue to provide those services to, for essentially what we're required to by law. With our victim advocates, and they're following the victim advocate rights, to make sure that they're presented resources for whatever their needs are. So, what I'm hoping to do here is I want to learn more about the stats. I think some of the answers that can help us from the prevention standpoint is to truly understand what's going on, where is it happening, are there time windows, diving more into the criminal stats. It seems like Kristen has access to a lot of those, which is really good. We're trying to study our systems to understand how to pull those numbers more so. It's kind of complicated to pull recent numbers, which I think are super important, because things are still evolving in the criminal justice system. But we have those records. It's diving into them, looking into records. Just for example, if we get a call, let's say it's an assault call, we go to this location. It turns out to be a domestic violence assault. And then there's drugs involved, maybe there's kids involved. So now we have this one case where we can look through the records. However, that case is gonna represent a lot of different calls. So what this kind of leaves us to is I can't just simply press a button and say, I want this report of, how many domestic violence, calls, how many domestic violence case reports, to what level. It really takes a full record scrub. So we're trying to understand our systems better so we can do that a little easy, on the easy side versus having to go through every single call. So that's kind of where we're sitting with that.
Heath, can I just ask a quick question? Do you, when you receive, or when E911 receives a call, are they categorizing that call in one way? And is there a way to have to show that co-offenses that are happening all at once? Or does it just have a one priority?
Yeah, so the call will be listed as that one call.
Okay,
And this is the problem we're having with our
Yeah,
system currently, is we wanna know more.
yeah,
There's a lot of examples like this, like we just receive a traffic complaint and it turns into a domestic violence situation or a DUI situation, all within that one call. And unfortunately, our system does list it as that one call, so we have to go through each one to see, was there also this, was there also this? And we wanna know all those numbers, so I can't just simply, prioritize and say, okay, if it's domestic violence, then I want all calls to be now retitled domestic violence, which is what we can do that. But now I'm losing the ability to go find how many DUIs we had, or how many assaults did we have. So it's a lot more complex than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
We're collecting all these stats, but I do believe it's worth the time and effort, because that there are answers that are gonna be produced as we further understand what's really going on in our community.
Heath, I'm sorry, can I ask some follow-ups? I know we've talked about data a lot in this room with you and it's definitely a priority for you. But can we talk about, is it a software issue that doesn't allow you to create multiple categories for one call to be able to then filter all of those calls? Or what is the barrier that doesn't allow you to have
Potentially.
multiple categories?
Actually, right now as we speak, staff is going through a demo on another software program.
Okay.
And we're bringing this to their attention. If you guys can
Okay.
help solve this for us, then I would consider switching over platforms, so.
Okay.
It was an issue in our prior software, and, I used different softwares with the state patrol, however, I didn't pull stats from them, so I don't know if that works, or if this is just a more of a global problem we have with, we really want good information. There's just a lot of different ways to look at it, so.
Thanks.
What I'm curious about helping growing this system that we're developing here is bringing in courts to, so bringing in judicial to this conversation, because from the law enforcement standpoint, we make that initial investigation, we find probable cause, we'll make an arrest, and then we have to see a judge, and then what happens after that is usually we slowly disconnect.
Yeah.
And I know that's sometimes, I'm curious what happens, to the victim, to the suspect, extra protection and efforts that can be made. Of course, the judge will issue a protection order, require firearms to be turned in. The problems that we're seeing in those situations is I don't trust that person has revealed to me all their firearms. And so, but I don't have enough probable cause to go and do a search warrant for their house to make sure they're turning in all their guns, and we can't do that on every single situation. So I think it's important to bring the courts into this group if they're willing to participate. I would love to see the district attorney's office in this group also, because they're gonna see this post-arrest process more in depth than law enforcement will. We just keep seeing the reoccurring patterns. And I think that's another thing in the stats side that I really wanna dive into, because I think that's gonna be one of our primary stats that we need to recognize is this is developing into a potential another homicide situation or more severe physical assault or sexual assault is it's reoccurring situations. And what I'd love to discuss in this group is how do we address those specific ones? And these are, I'm gonna call more extreme cases. So cases where I see 5, 6, 7 times where every single time there's some sort of violence involved, they're in jail, then they're back out on jail. They're coming to our office, the victims are coming to our office to request a change to the protection order to allow contact again. So the cycle is what scares me. And I don't have a great answer for that. Of course, I'm gonna bring, this side of the enforcement perspective, where I think that is an important component of it. I'm not gonna say that's the answer for everything. I think treatment's good too, in the right situation, right scenarios. But we also, I would say that, one of the homicides we're talking about went through some treatment plans, went through some treatment programs offered by the courts. And
Yeah.
maybe it worked in the moment, but then the end product is what we have. So I think what's important to me is to identify those extreme cases. To bring substance abuse back into it, I'd like to add also the mental health side of it. And we have diagnosis for mental health disorders and not just substance abuse, but substance abuse disorders. These are gonna, again, be those extreme cases where there has to be a serious treatment plan in place and serious oversight to truly try to prevent these. We've had a lot of homicides, we've got a lot of violence. The cost aspect, I'm glad you brought that up too. There's one even older, a homicide case, Jared Brown, that was just recently sentenced. He's been in our custody for almost 4.5 years. It's a huge, in county custody because of delays in competency hearings and different evaluations. So I think that's another reason why it's important to bring the courts into the conversation, so they can understand the local strain that some of their decisions have, and how can they work better with us, so we can really try to fix this locally.
Have they been involved, has the DA been involved in, or the court's been involved in the VPT in the past?
The last round we had, I don't believe we had either party.
Wasn't probation part of it at one time?
Yes, I think probation, so that would be the court aspect.
Yeah, okay.
It's infuriating when you read about cases in, like, say, some of our neighboring communities where someone has already been obviously flagged and they've committed domestic violence multiple times and somehow end up back with, the partner that they've been, abusing, and then it leads to the worst case scenario. And you're like, why was this person, number one, not locked up? Like, why do they keep this? So I've written that question down as you started talking about it. And was like, this is exactly where my mind was going. It's like, this is a revolving door, these offenders, and they just, is that happen here? Like, is it, and what could we do as a community to influence those decision makers to, like, hey, this person needs to be locked down for longer. They need to not immediately get right back out and go be a threat to the person that, they're interacting with. And how can we influence, like, DAs or courts to be like, you guys need to be a little heavier on this,
Very similar to what happens in this room, is people come and testify. There's always room for that. You can talk to the district attorney about testifying in court. I've done it before myself, just to advocate for higher bonds because this person's a community safe. So we have those options, but then it's, prevention's our idea. So in a prevention mindset, we want to invite them earlier, start having these conversations earlier. So
Yeah.
kind of twofold. I think what else is interesting to look at is the gun mention, and there's a higher percentage of gun owners in rural communities, and I think what that also speaks to is who is living in rural communities. And if we're thinking from a prevention standpoint, I think it's important to study, what's different about us versus everybody wants to live in a metro area.
For real,
And I think there's solutions in understanding who we're dealing with.
yeah,
Just to throw out this as a thought is there's probably a group of people that live in the mountains area because they want to be detached from a lot of people.
Yeah.
So how do you get into that mindset, for from both a victim and a suspect? How do you, promote that to a victim who wants to be detached from people and doesn't want to receive a lot of help, but they really need it? I don't have these answers. These are just questions that I have that I think is important to address.
the like self-isolation of for people who can, to choose to live rural. It's like, okay,
Right.
how do we pull you into community if this is what you're choosing? Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. Kristen, you had a question?
Yeah, I have a question, and Heath, I'm glad you're here because I don't know who to ask and I feel like you're the right person.
Sure.
So one thing that we often run into with advocates, and this happened recently, is we'll have someone where like nothing happened yet, but there is a serious pattern of escalation in the relationship and there's a gun in the home. And the person reaches out to us because they're like, this is what's happening, this is what's happening, this is what's happening, and there's this gun. what do I do? And because nothing has happened yet, we know that there's a problem, we know there's abuse occurring, we know there's firearm in the home, we know the stats, but if they haven't done anything illegal, there's like literally nothing we can do until the person is brandishing the weapon or, actually uses it. What needs to happen legally from an advocacy perspective, procedurally, to be able to intervene in those circumstances where there hasn't been a legal infraction, but we know where this is going? Like, is there anything we can do?
Yes, I think it's worth exploring if there are any criminal charges, because kind of how you put it was like, kind of feels like maybe there is something there for the escalation component. Maybe there's some sort of harassment, although these are just like really low level charges.
Yeah.
And it may aggravate the situation. They may make the victim feel even more threatened because now just with the harassment charge, they're gonna get a PR bond and out the next day and right back to it. So there's that component, but if they're confident or sometimes they're just downplaying it. Maybe it's more than harassment. So if there's any comfort in law enforcement exploring the potential of criminal activity, even though they think there's nothing going on, that's one step. There is the ERPO, the Extreme Risk Protection Order option that we can explore if we have enough essentially probable cause to go ahead in front of the courts and say we think that we should remove this person's firearms because they're a community threat or a threat to this individual via firearms threat realm. So those are just the two responses I have.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
Would that touch on red flag laws?
That is the red flag law. And there's other things too, if this is substance abuse related, there's a civil commitment process that we can go through, but we have to advocate the family member to do this. This is something actually we've been exploring recently with the district attorney, more commonly people are familiar with the M1 hold. And what an M1 hold is, it's a mental health hold, and this individual has some sort of mental health disorder or situation going on where we can force their detainment in a hospital because they're a danger to themselves or others. So those are key components, they're a danger to themselves or others. And what we're learning is there's something very similar to that on the substance abuse side. And so this would force them into like into an evaluation, into a hospital, they have to go. It's involuntary. So it's an involuntary civil commitment and emergency commitment are the titles of those two, so if you wanna look into that. I'm encouraging more people to do that now because they're saying there's substance abuse in the house, and when he or she drinks, they start acting this way, and it's been escalating, over the past 6 months. It's a window of 6 months that the application form looks into. And what law enforcement can do this form, however, it's a very intimate form. It's asking questions like, what are they like, at this time? What are they doing here? So it's more for the family to look into. We can partake in the emergency commitment side of it, which is an essential component to go through the longer term version. So an involuntary commitment would be more long-term treatment. It would force somebody into a treatment. But the emergency commitment has to happen first. So these are like civil detainer stuff that we're learning more about. I just think it's important for law enforcement to learn about it because we can kind of use these, but we're on the criminal side. That's our focus. If there's a civil issue, we usually defer to civil resources. The more we know about this, the better we can use it. So that's another option.
Awesome, thank you.
With these, that brings up something I think I'd like to ask some questions about with, it sounds like these could be tools that could be really helpful, could possibly prevent something really bad from happening. And I think as everyone in the room knows, we're dealing with limited resources in Lake County. So when things like M1 holds or something like that come into play, where does the funding for that come from? Is that a state thing or is that coming out of the county's general fund? I just wanna know so that I could, I need to see there ever be a situation where like, well, we can't afford to do that anymore, so,
Okay. I don't think that's the case. From the funding standpoint, we use outside resources like Solvista to do the evaluations from us, so that's the cost they incur for doing their job. There's costs associated with us doing our job, personnel-wise, overtime-wise. These are things like, to me, that are on the criminal side where I'm my job is to enforce the law.
Yeah.
And so that's what we do. And if it crosses over into I need to put somebody on an M1 hold or an emergency commitment, that's just the cost of doing business with the sheriff's office. I don't see that as a cost that's gonna limit us from doing that. I think the biggest limiting factor when it comes to cost is just personnel, trying to keep enough staff on, trying to keep the experience on, so these deputies have this knowledge, experience, and background on how to use these different tools. So from a cost standpoint, let's just continue to focus on building the sheriff's office building, experience, training, and what else.
Do either of you guys know what that looks like? Like where, is there state funding available to help with these? Like if we end up in
I don't know, I mean, M1 holds I think are shared also with the cost of it's also shared with the hospital. So, you should go tour that little room that they put them in, it's quite interesting. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure how it's funded. You know, part of it comes out of your budget, part of it comes out of the hospital's budget.
Okay.
The thing that I struggle with though, I know Heath does too, M1 hold is definitely like the basic Band-Aid to these situations. It's like, okay, we don't have anywhere else to put this person for the night, what do we do? And so we send them to the hospital, they put them in the little room that has a little door, and then we gotta figure out what to do with them the next day or two. And when you can't just walk them down the street to a treatment facility or to if it's a kid, a QRTP home or things like that, the person re-enters the space of our community. And so, that's where we see like cyclical things going on, is we don't really have the resources to move beyond the Band-Aids.
Well, I think that's something that comes up a lot, is a lack of case management. So like the hospital at the ER, they see the same people come back in when there is a more sustainable solution, because there's not another human supporting them and following them through like their next steps. Like, hey, did you check in with this resource? This resource exists, let me help you do that. These people just get released, like Laura said, back into their cycle, and there's no one to support them in like continuing to recover.
The Band-Aids are all we've got.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's like the wound keeps reopening and that's why they just keep.
Yeah,
That's
and then like
exactly
he
it.
said, like what is happening to these people? We don't know until we see them back in the emergency room again or getting arrested again. Like that's how we keep tabs on them, is when they're back for like another
And
band.
we've gotta find the stitches.
Yeah, well, and it's not just it's for both victims and perpetrators, that's the case, right? So you have someone who, you know, throws their partner against a wall, and then that person spends a night in jail, and they're going to sure I'll never do it again, and you put them back in the same environment with the same stressors with no new skills, the same thing's gonna happen. And the person who is victimized is also going back to, so they're both gonna keep doing it, whether they're doing it together or with somebody else. It needs to be a full wraparound solution, and that's where these prevention pieces come in, so we don't need as many Band-Aids, and there's infrastructure, right? So we don't just keep cycling the same way.
It's a real rural problem too, like it's not just Leadville, like there are not rural communities who have all these infrastructure. That's one of the benefits of living in a city.
Heath, have you all seen a difference with the no longer having a co-responder program? Like has that made an impact? Do you think?
I think we could add that in, there's a potential with seeing some increase in numbers. First-hand experience, I would say it's hard to justify that right now.
Okay.
Because at least from a prevention standpoint, that's gonna go to the response side of things anyways. And we were grateful for them because we were able to pull a deputy away and allow them to continue the process of finding some sort of resource for them or a treatment facility or something like that. So from that side of things, it was helpful to have them, but for prevention, I'm not sure.
Is there like a average or national kind of feeling of like how many unreported situations kind of go hand in hand with how many reported situations?
I think it'd be good to compare numbers with Kristen, you know, if you guys are willing to like expose just like whole numbers. I think you'll probably see more reports, or we will, we receive reports that you don't, vice versa. So you have to kind of combine numbers to see that. I think if you look at crime, and how many times something happens before they're caught or reported, the numbers are usually very high. The number that's shared often about DUIs is somebody has drove drunk 80 times before they're caught for their first DUI. So when you look at the numbers like that, I'm sure that applies to other crimes. Yeah, I imagine what's actually happening in your community is significantly higher than what's reported.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I'm confident saying it's at least double, but I would be willing to try to find data to substantiate like up to 5 times or more. Like I really think that it's that high. It's also hard because a lot of like domestic violence in particular, it's very infrequently just one time they backhanded me and I left. Like that's not how it works. There's an accumulation, there is an escalation, it can happen over a very long period of time. It can take a long time for someone to even realize that they're being abused and to call it that and to recognize that this isn't like what happens to everybody.
Yeah.
And so it you know, the number of calls that we get versus the number of calls that you get is still not gonna necessarily give the whole picture, because we have to think about what are we counting it and how are we counting it. And there could be one person who you know, meets the criteria of an abuser who's in 5 relationships over a period of 5 years, abuses all of those partners. Is that one instance? Is it 5 instances? Is it 172 instances? Because every individual time, you know what I mean? So like, it's hard to quantify.
It's gotta be incredibly complex, but it's, you know, I would say double the amount is probably a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
Probably closer like what he said with the analogy of the DUIs,
Yeah,
you know, and then you've
I would
got
agree.
economic factors where someone's afraid to report anything because they can't afford to lose the breadwinner to
Right,
a
exactly,
program.
and that's why
Like
people keep going back.
cultural or gender, you know, or, you know, say it's
Yep.
Thank you, Heath.
I can talk next, sorry,
Go
we
ahead,
didn't
Kelsey.
prepare nice presentations like Kristen.
It's okay.
But Kristen really set a great foundation, I think, for the rest of us by painting the picture of how meeting people's basic needs reduces community violence and domestic violence. And I think that's where public health comes into play a lot with our work in, you know, supporting folks in finding the medical care that they need. If you're not dealing with a chronic illness or even an acute illness, the stress in your household is less. If you have access to food, the stress in your household is less, and housing, like all of those things, she did a great job painting those pictures. And then an area where we've been doing a lot of work, we're trying to be upstream as opposed to pulling the people out of the river, is in substance use prevention, and that does start with our youth. And we have really great data surrounding our youth. I've come and presented to y'all on it, so I won't like repeat it here now, but we do consistently see increased substance use in our youth at higher rates than in other counties in Colorado or across the nation. And then in the data we have available for adults, which usually comes in the form of like DUI arrests or narcotic arrests or overdose deaths or non-fatal overdoses, we are also ranking higher in all of those areas than other places in our state and the state average. So I think, you know, what we're doing to try and support the upstream work is substance use prevention and support with our youth. And then that also ties hand in hand with access to behavioral health supports and primary care and all of these other things. And then we work closely with some of our community partners on our prevention subcommittee or our harm reduction coalition, like probation, and that has been our best in with like the court system is working with probation. They've been excellent partners and really show up to do the work and help. And then working with the advocates and all of our other community partners to try and build up that safety net. But ultimately, I think what we're finding is a lot of holes in the safety net as funding gets cut and small things that maybe seem small to folks who have access to food and housing and, you know, safety net, other folks, they don't have that access and they're falling through our net or they're leaving our community. but I think we do have a lot of opportunity. And it's more cost effective, as Kristen also showed us, to support those basic fundamentals of life that are shown to reduce community violence and also other things, like it's the same web of things that support folks.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I don't think that's like groundbreaking, but I think Kristen did a great job painting that picture. And I'm happy to answer any questions about what public health is doing or what we're seeing. I do also wanna share that like, obviously we all know when we look at numbers, like each of those numbers represent a human, but like those humans, they work for us, you know, they're part of our teams.
Yeah.
And we have folks who have survived domestic violence who come to work the next day, right? And we work with them every day and nobody is immune to this, so just wanted to highlight that like these are all the people that we all know and love, and sometimes we know that they're a part of these numbers and then other times we don't. And I think a lot of times folks who even work in these fields are nervous to reach out to help. Like the irony of sitting at a desk next to a sign about how we're a safe space for the advocates, but yet that human, you know, is part of these homicide numbers, like it's not lost on us. Like how do we make sure that all of these people access this?
Yeah, cause like we have like 8,000 people here, like we know all of these victims. They're not just a number, they're a real person, they're like our neighbors, they're our kids' teachers, they're our, you know, the person we run into at Safeway and we know their name, but we see them there at the same time every Tuesday. Like it's these people who are parts of our lives and it's happening right now.
You know, Andy, to your point about like throttle therapy, which I love. Just a reminder that GOAL was created from public health as a violence, substance, pregnancy prevention project. And to be able to focus on our youth and some of our identity markers that need more support than they have historically gotten. So that was like a huge initiative from this community to try to work on this problem, specifically through recreation and healthy social emotional connections, and it was born from public health. So like it's not, I think it's just important to remember what that was for and that it worked. We saw a reduction in teen pregnancy and substance use, etc.
Which
From that
has trickle down effects that
Yeah.
would have.
And then these youth become the adults in our community, so
Yeah.
supporting them and catching them when we have time in those prevention spaces is incredibly valuable for our community as a whole and for the individual. And then thinking about like our youth continue to tell us they want a safe indoor space to do things here that aren't associated with recreation. Like in the scheme of things, it actually wouldn't be, okay, I'm not gonna use the P word, cause that is costly, but some other things that can be done to support that are less costly and would have long effects in our community of listening to the youth. And they're the ones that know. They're the ones who are starting to drink heavily and use other substances heavily because they're bored and they have nothing else to do, and maybe they're not interested in recreation. It's not for everyone. It's not like a one size fits all prescription of, well, if you do this, then you'll be fine, right? They want a space to have community indoors as well, and I think that listening to them and supporting them in this space is something we can all do. It's very actionable.
That tracks, I mean, this winter I sat down with a room full of high school kids and it blew my mind when I asked them, like, if you could have any, like, one thing in this community that you don't have right now, what would you have? And every single kid in the room wanted a movie theater. And I'm like, a movie theater? Like,
Yeah.
what? Like, you guys just want a dark place to smooch with your girlfriend. But no, I think that.
Come on, look at Blake, come on.
It's somewhere, you know, safe to go inside and not be stuck outside hanging out in a car with your friends, you know, off a dirt road somewhere, like.
They also talked about at the youth summit, they did an audit, just like, you know, that LC BAG puts on the youth summit and the youth coalition, and they did an audit of all of the mental health and behavioral health services available to teens, and it is bleak. is bleak in our community. So like they,
The one?
like, yeah, but they couldn't even get anybody on the phone.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, well, if you're in a mental health crisis, you've got the, you know, the hotline, the statewide hotline, but like in this community, it's not only that there aren't like opportunities for them to do things, but when they are in crisis, they have fewer and fewer options to be able to try to help themselves,
Mhm.
pull themselves out of the river, right?
Mhm.
And they want to be able to do it and they don't have the opportunities.
No one's giving them a rope.
No,
Well, and that's like the evidence-based group thing I mentioned
Yeah.
earlier, it's swim lessons.
nice.
So when you find yourself in the water, you can get yourself out and you don't drown and you don't pull other people down with you. That's the point of these evidence-based skill development resources, is that it teaches people how to swim, so when they fall in the river, which we all do,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they don't die.
that's
And
amazing.
a bunch of other people don't die trying
Yeah.
to rescue them.
They're
There's no
asking
ropes
for
to
that.
climb
That's, yeah,
out.
and
As
that's
well
what-
as the third
Floaty.
space, you
Yeah.
know? Yeah,
And
awesome.
those kids who get those supports are the ones who shift the pattern of generational trauma
Yep.
for their entire lineage.
Right,
And
'cause-
that's where we do it. It's top down, but it's also bottom up. We have to go both directions or we're not doing it.
Totally.
Yeah.
I love it, Kristen.
those kids will be raising kids eventually.
Exactly.
It's like a lot of the situations right now are people who are like parents who when I first moved to Leadville 20 years ago, you know,
They were
more of
kids.
these conversations happened 2 decades ago, we'd probably be seeing a lot more like, a lot less generational issues, you know, I have this feeling where it's like, man, there's so many kids in this community being raised by kids, like emotionally.
I think public health, we dabble in the enforcement, right, like we do tobacco enforcement, but that only works if you're also doing prevention work as well. If we just remove all the access to all of these things, we're not actually solving the problem of why people are seeking out these things or turning to violence to relieve their stress or whatever it might be, so they all have to go really hand in hand to create the network. I see that Kate came on camera, which makes me think she would love to say something.
Hi, guys.
Okay,
Hi. Sorry I'm not there in person. But I just want to stamp a lot of what's been said so far and give a little bit of a school perspective since there's been a lot of conversation about youth. Do I have the power to share my screen? Let's find out. Nope, I do not.
Yeah, we can
Could
grant
I?
it. Yeah,
Could I have the power or no?
you should know, yeah.
Okay, let's see. So I just this is gonna really mirror a lot of what we've been talking about, but I do want to give like a school lens of like what happens to us when something like this happens. And Heath is intimately aware of a lot of this, but we kind of think about um there's a bright red line in my mind, which is an incident actually occurs that impacts schools. And that's when we flip from like a conditions and systems prevention mode into a tactical response mode. And it's hard for me to overstate the downstream impacts of that tactical response on kids and teachers, and families. It is highly disruptive and highly scary. And I like to say, like, our schools are not violent places, but our schools suffer the downstream consequences when there is violence in our community that can be confusing and can make people feel like our schools are not safe, and that could not be further from the truth. Obviously, we don't have complete control. I would never promise anybody that we have complete control over every aspect of the school environment. We certainly do not. But we have leaned in so many ways to make sure that we are ready on the sort of tactical response side. And I actually feel like we've been punching above our weight on the prevention side, right? And that's not just here. This is the burden our society has placed on public schools. We feed kids breakfast, lunch, after school snack, and a to-go dinner. They can have dental services. They can get their physical. They can access mental health services in our school in partnership with Elevated and School-Based Health. So schools have now become this place that is expected to do all of this prevention work, and I think we've been doing a pretty good job of it, but I think the message I want the commissioners to hear, which emphasizes what Kelsey said, and also what Kristen said, is like prevention is the key, and we simply cannot do it ourselves. So I think that is my big request, is to listen really carefully and seriously to the request to support this conditions and systems that will prevent the need for us to have a tactical response, because as soon as we're in that mode, we're creating additional trauma for a lot of kids who already have had a lot of trauma. And I mean, more fundamentally, it's a distraction from our core mission of educating kids. So that's really, I don't have a lot to add other than that perspective, and really just like a plea, right? Like I'm in close contact, like I've got on speed dial the Colorado school safety people, and literally they're like, "You again?" I'm like, "I know." You know? They're like, "What is happening up there?" And I'm like, I know. Like we are presenting to them as if we are a large urban district with a very serious community violence issues. And I need you all to hear that. So that's all I got.
I hear it, Kate. Thank you so much for saying that.
Thank you, Kate. Thanks, Kate.
Loud and clear. I think that what helps as a BOCC is for us to have the like specific request. So us being informed today, really critical for like our foundational understanding of how we can impact, what impact we can have. And then from there, having the specific request of what we can do, it becomes an easier and easier yes. So thank you so much for the information today that can help actually contextualize what agency we do have in this issue with our partners. So I really hope to see all of you all back in this room to talk about next steps for how the BOCC can contribute to the work that you're already doing, and how we can also, you know, do our job, which is health and safety for our community. I think it helps to be told like this is what is important next, especially as I know that we're not a new board anymore. You can't say that after 16 months, but I think that any BOCC is gonna have a certain amount of expertise or experience before they step into these seats. So continuing to help educate this board, no matter who's here, is gonna be critical to making sure they make the right decisions.
Matt keeps looking at me.
I'm gonna call on you next. If you have something you'd like to contribute, that'd be great, Laura. Thank you.
This is a hard discussion for me because I have a important hat in this space, but I also have feelings and big ones, right?
I think they're all, can I just offer, I think they're all allowed here.
Okay.
I wanna
I'm here for it.
offer that.
Well, is the press here? I'm just kidding.
Yes, the answer is also yes.
Thanks. Shoot.
It's a recorded meeting.
It's okay.
Okay,
It's okay. Y'all can quote me on this, I'm not scared. You know, what's difficult is you have this population of individuals in any community that it's almost like it's kind of too far gone, right? We've gone way too far down this path that for a community like us to have the resources to pour into individual or whatnot that has really made ongoing bad decisions and created a space for ongoing badness in their life, that taking our investments in that realm to me is difficult. I mean, I've said many times in my office to myself and to my fellow peers, like sometimes I feel like I could hang some people up by their toenails. By what the stuff that we see on a day-to-day basis, what Kristen sees, what Heath sees, what we feel in our offices with our staff, when we duck into each other's offices and just have a moment, because we know what our staff is going through. And I really do think this investment in the younger folks is going to be important. Think about the safety net that you had in your households. You had the abilities, and I don't know how you grew up, but even in my household, which was a cluster, right, I had the ability to make bad decisions and still have a safety net to move me in the right direction later on in life. And what I'm finding is that more and more of our kids, and Kate can speak to this, because she and I have phone calls with each other of like, oh crap, kind of just banging our heads up against the wall from both of our perspectives, is that more and more of these kids do not have those safety nets at home to make good decisions in the future. They make bad decisions now, or they make good decisions now that are not supported, and therefore they end up in this same cycle. And so we know this about our community, that we have bad actors and that we have a lot of these factors that we cannot control. Then our investments in providing that safety net for the younger generation should be a priority. Because that's when we stop. That's when we start seeing the cycle stop. I worked at a camp for 13 years. Full spectrum of kids, the rich kids that were legacy kids, and then the kids that came to us through a boxing program that were kind of the most challenging inner city kids in Chattanooga. And the camp was a safety net for those kids, right? It was a place for them to go, even rich kids that had shitty parents, right? It was a great place for kids to go and be able to be themselves and learn what it's like, or should be, right? What should life should be. Let's take ourselves out of every situation that we're dealing with, whether it's a positive one or a negative one or an absent one, and let's learn what life should be. And the impact that camp has had on those kids for generations, for over 100 years, is massive. And I see how my campers that did not come from great places, were basically sent to camp to escape from their problems, have really made something of themselves. And so I see that it is possible, but our investments need to mimic what that needs to look like. And so while I would like to hang people up by their toenails some days, I really do think that that should be our focus moving forward. As a small community, let's be this rock star place for our youth, right? We're gonna have bad actors, especially with the overarching factors that we just cannot control. Not gonna be able to have affordable housing. It's really going to change that, space. Nobody's fixed it in any community. We're not we don't have the job base here for that, not gonna be able to fix that entirely, right? We have a population that has generational poverty, not gonna be able to fix all of that, right? So let's focus on the things that we can fix.
Yeah.
Give places for people to go, kids places for people to go, right? Do things, positive things, congregate with each other in a positive way. Like, I don't know, this is a hard conversation for me because I am very frustrated. Every one of our cases has some element of this going on, and it is a repeat. When he gets involved and we get involved, it's been going on a lot longer before that.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just this constant cycle that we're gonna continue to see if we don't see those investments happen. So.
And I think too, just understanding that when requests come across to the BOCC that are to support the foundational needs of humans, like whether that's supporting St. George or supporting application programs through our nonprofits, those are the things that reduce the stress in people's life, that then reduce our community violence and our substance use and all the other bad things that we don't wanna see. By supporting those foundational things, regardless of who the ask comes from, like that's public health work.
Yeah.
And that's how we can support it, because also thinking like, yeah, access to recreation is great, but if someone's not being fed, then giving them access to recreation is not actually super helpful for them. So like, it's not always gonna come from us, it'll come from our other partners, but like acknowledging and naming those spaces where we can move the dial, it matters, it makes a difference, and it will take some time, but then we'll see changes in these other things.
We've talked a lot about, let's focus on our statutorily required things as a county, which I completely agree. Thank you, statutorily required. Statutorily required. Yeah. Yep, we're here. The arm's here. But statutorily required means like we are the bottom. We are the bottom of the barrel in terms of programming and like what has to happen in order to make change. And a lot of times we are the bottom of the barrel that people have hit. And we talk about upstream, downstream, whatever. Barrel to me makes more sense because people that hit it hard at the bottom of the barrel. And so while yes, we need to focus on statutorily required things, that's going to continue to be forced into holes that are non-attainable because we have these less expensive things that we could do over here that we might not invest in because we're so focused on this. We need to focus on this too because we're expensive, right? And if we could stop it here, I would love to frankly work myself out of a job. It's not gonna happen, but work myself out of a job.
Heck yeah.
So.
That's such an important point, cause like crisis response is the most expensive way to deal with any of these problems. The absolute hands down cheapest way to deal with it is before it becomes a crisis. And that's why like, not to muddy the waters, but when we look at models like Housing First, for example, where we just literally house people and meet their basic needs with absolutely no requirements other than don't burn the place down, it saves over $130,000 per year per person per year over like having them live on the streets and exclusively use emergency services and those sorts of things. I mean, the math is really good on how much cheaper it is to do this stuff on the front end than the back end. But the statutory requirements, the actual practices don't line up with the math. So we end up in this cycle of doing everything the most expensive possible way. And it takes something to shift from that approach. Like it really takes something. It's a brave, bold, and not cheap thing to do on the front end. But the repercussions of it for the long term are substantial and absolutely worth it.
And a lot of times the statutory required things are fitting a square peg in a round hole.
Yeah.
We are a round hole, And so, but we're forced to do programs that are here when we all know that Leadville has its own way. So, you know, I think it's important that we recognize that some of the programs that we're required to do don't necessarily meet the needs of our community.
And I think that's also why we see a large group of nonprofits in our community, because like what the advocates do is public health work, what LCBAG does is public health work, what Full Circle does is public health work. Like they are extensions of Lake County Public Health doing the upstream work that we can't do because I'm responding to measles for 4 weeks and somehow that actually takes all of my life for 4 entire weeks and I can't even like be a good human to my family. So it's like see all these people as extensions of public health in the non-statutory realms that actually build up less of a need for crisis response.
Well, we've got a little bit of like an elephant in the room here too, that I think we just need to be open and honest about where, you know, when there's been asks made and we wanna act like, oh, like $5,000 isn't anything. That's not really the case, and the reason that to your point of like, you know, we're really looking at like, what are we statutorily obligated to do? That's not because we don't wanna do everything else, it's because the county is literally in a position where we have to think, we have a scarcity mindset, I guess. I don't like to think about it that way, but for lack of a better term. And so I think we should really have a bigger conversation about funding and how can we generate funding, because it can't all come from the county. And I need to be real about that and honest about that, and that's
It's not, also.
sad, you know, but like what are ways we can get creative and think outside the box about generating more revenue for these programs that obviously are important, that are a huge return on investment, that are outside of the county's budget. And I think there's a lot of smart and motivated and creative people in this room, and we're connected to other people in similar positions, and I think working together, you know, these next conversations should have some components of where can we get more resources from.
And I think it's allocation of resources too.
Yeah.
Looking at that prevention space and, you know, what does fall into it and what doesn't, and how can we allocate some of like our nice to haves to more of that foundational space.
I also have been told people have money in this community and I haven't found it yet.
Is there? Is there?
And so, you know, working for a nonprofit forever, I've just been like bumfuzzled as to, you know, you even go to BV, people have their name on buildings, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have supplied money to things.
Mm-hmm.
And where are our people? It is not Laura Cruz, humble servant, but it, you know, I think that's one of the things that there has been such a dependency on the county for so long to like provide for all these things. I mean, we've talked about in these meetings where we've even inherited things from the city, right, to take care of that. It's like, okay, we'll take it, but now we have to figure out how to pay for it.
Yeah.
You know, we gotta stop doing that, and we need to put some pressure on whomever these people are that people speak of that have money to invest in our community.
Yeah, I mean, I
Or
look
create
at
structures where they have to.
Yes.
some of the other fundraising events that have, you know, I've participated in or seen firsthand, and it's like the jobs, the revenues that are generated for things like riding bicycles and stuff like that is impressive. And I'm like, why aren't we doing this for, you know, anyone who had listened to a conversation like this and was like, well, you know, I'm not gonna give to this cause, probably pretty soulless. I don't know, it'd be hard for me to imagine someone not wanting to see successes in the community in these.
But I also think like we don't have access to good storytelling. Like I don't have a marketing person in public health, so like it's me and Alana, and we're also doing all of the other things. And we have, you know, and yeah. And I'm tired of saying the word, but it really has been awful, so Get it out through.
Yeah, you
But
guys
like,
got your hands full of lead and figuring out where middle school.
yeah, and right now I'm
kids are
missing
getting
like an
their
EPA
fake stuff
site
from.
visit that for another crisis that our community is having, so like,
Right.
we don't have time to successfully tell this story.
Yeah.
Or get it out to the right people because we are just doing the work. And I think that other places have people telling the story. And telling the story gets people to invest and to spend money.
Maybe these would be as valuable of asks, you know, it's like, hey, who in the community can volunteer some time and help us come up with some outreach that makes the ask, you know, like, we can't find out who those people are who do have the money if we're not asking.
We also need a plan.
Mhm.
Like, I mean, you want people to invest in our community, you gotta have a plan as to what that is. And I know we have one community project, that's a plan, that's driven by the community, but ultimately we need decision makers, which are you guys, to say, okay, this is what we're going to invest in.
Yeah.
And this is what we're gonna go after our investors to make happen.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily putting that on you, Andy, or you, Matt, or Elsa to go after those investors, but it's also giving us a North Star direction as staff to say, okay, here is our plan. We need to figure out how to fund this plan as a community. Each having our part of that plan.
Mhm.
One of my pet peeves about one community project has been all about what the county's going to do or the city's gonna do. Well, what the crap is the community going to do? What piece of the pie are they in charge of,
Mhm.
right? And that gives you a roadmap too, because you guys are community based, right? And so I think that it's just important that whatever we do, we have to embrace our plan, just like building a house. If you don't have a plan, it doesn't get a foundation made, and you don't have electricity once a house is built, right? And you end up in a camper. But
Fairly specific, completely hypothetical situation.
that's being played out every day. But ultimately, whatever we decide and whatever we adopt, we have to stick to it. We've had too many commissioners come through with different ideas that hasn't had you can't put together a plan that never gets implemented because you have turnover every 4 years. Alright, we see that in the federal government, let's not do that here. And it's important that whatever we put together, it is something that lives and not dies every time you guys turn over.
That's
Yes.
tricky.
I know,
It's so tricky, but I hear you, and I agree on the communications issue. Because if people don't understand what's happening here, then this board turns over with new ideas and they don't get on the same page, cause they have no idea what page is being offered to them.
Yeah.
Andy, you wanted to build a tiny house community, where are you with that now?
I wanted to repave all the roads.
There you go.
And then it was like, oh, people are kind of more important than
Yeah.
potholes,
Yeah,
so then it,
life
you know,
changes, yeah.
Yeah.
Should we let Kate?
Yes, they shake
chime in here?
Okay, thanks. I can't resist this opening about sort of efficiency. And while you might be able to raise enough money from private donors to do what we're talking about, having, done that work, my speculation is you would raise enough to start something that you couldn't sustain. This is a structural issue about that is going to take a bolder action than that, in my opinion, and it has to do with looking really hard at how we operate. And I think it's incumbent upon the county and the city to keep or sort of start or keep having conversations about efficiency. And it is sort of one of the lead-off things in the One Community Plan, I believe, is like this duplication is probably costing resources that could be applied to this problem. I think about Elsie Bag moving in with Full Circle. I think about what we're doing in the school district. I mean, we we reduced 15 FTE through school consolidation, and did it in a way so that only, very, very few, down to like one employee, was actually displaced. And we did that because we said we are not going to privilege adult comfort over what's best for kids. And it is not for the meek, right? Like these conversations are really, really hard. Um, Especially when people start to feel like where am I going to land when the dust settles? But I just really want to plug the continuation of those conversations, because my guess is that if we really leaned into that, we would find that we could free up some amount of resources. And I'm not an expert on statute that impacts county services versus city. So, I don't want to just lob a grenade out there and say good luck. Like, I'd be happy to come to the table having just lived through this, but my guess is that is a far more fruitful path than try to raise enough money through private donations.
It's, yeah.
Yeah, don't worry,
Take it all.
we have a meeting, Heath and city council and the BOCC, we have a joint work session in June to specifically have those conversations. Totally agree, Kate. We need to structurally change in order to serve our community better. We're gonna start with law enforcement, just to be clear. But we're gonna have we're gonna start the conversation.
I'd like to find a building that doesn't cost us a lot of money.
Same. Same. Working on that too.
Electricity and a building you can afford, come on.
No,
So
Yeah.
greedy.
it makes my heart hurt.
I wanna say I really appreciate everybody's candor today. I really, really do, because you can't just do there's no such thing as like separating your job and your feelings, especially when you're in service-based positions. So I don't find it professional to like not bring your feelings, frankly.
Well,
I agree.
thank you, and I can share anytime my feelings.
I know. I love that.
They're big.
And you're all, I mean, I know that your jobs are like to provide direct services, especially public health and DHS, but honestly, it's also to inform us. And I have missed having you all in here, so I really appreciate you all coming to the table, telling us what you think some of the bigger issues are and some of the structural issues are. I think that candor alone is valuable to us as BOCC. So
Yeah.
thank you.
It is, especially to me, I don't know, this world, I've never seen it or been in it, I had an idyllic upbringing. Now, that's a joke.
That's not true.
Does that
You don't
exist?
know and you don't see it, like people are always talking about the problems in the community, I'm like, where?
Yeah,
I see kids doing wheelies down Harris and that's about the extent of it. I live on a, crazy speedway, but, so I don't hear it, I don't see it, and maybe I should see it, I mean, is there a way I could see it? I did hear of a good friend who reported an incident and has since regretted reporting it, because now she's a target, so.
yeah,
It's complicated, for sure.
And I don't live in town, I'm sort of isolated. So just to echo what Elsa's saying, it's valuable for me to hear these things. And to see the emotion,
Matt, I don't want anybody to see it,
yeah,
to be honest.
maybe it's better to hear it,
Yeah,
just report back to you.
yeah, you
The
just have to,
reports are-
you have to trust your people,
Yeah.
and that you don't need, I don't want anybody to be exposed to the crap that we have to deal
Okay,
with.
that's fair. I don't wanna, I really don't wanna see it or, I've just seen,
People need to sleep,
hear it from.
so,
That's the delicate dance of awareness,
Yeah.
protecting people's identities, but getting the word out that this is happening is tough.
I also want to acknowledge that it can be really hard to make time to like come sit in this room for a long time, especially when like there's an unknown, you're like, okay, well, I'm second on the agenda, so am I gonna be here for like 15 minutes, or am I gonna be here for like 3 hours, because I don't really know. And I think that when we do have an item that's on the agenda, that know that like we're bringing it to you because it is important to us in our community, and we've done the research, and we're not gonna bring you, I can commit to myself, I'm not gonna bring you something frivolous that is not like evidence-based or wouldn't be supportive for our community. So I think y'all have done a great job supporting public health initiatives, but it does require a lot of trust being placed in us, because if we took the time to make y'all experts in the things that we do, you would actually just work at our office all the time and actually still not be an expert, because we learn new things every day. So just know that we don't bring things to you lightly, and we appreciate your support in them, which you have shown us, so thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add, I often, when we have these conversations and we're talking about kids, it's a very common reaction for people to say, well, okay, let's get the schools to do that. And I didn't hear that once today. And that feels like incredibly supportive, and like we're not like alone out on the sharp end when we're talking about kids. And so super grateful. And I mean, just so you hear it from me, like Laura and Kelsey and Alana and Heath, they're the only ones I can see who I work with like very regularly, and they're all amazing. So
Well, Kate, we appreciate you greatly.
Yep.
Did you wanna say something?
What should next steps look like?
Well, we're getting what I think is a small amount compared to the impact that it can have, $5,000 request, onto our regular meeting for decision item. Number one, so the violence prevention team can get the job started.
I want a $30 million activity center.
Put it on the list.
Can the violence prevention team meet there?
Yes.
Perfect, co-sign.
More houses, come and get us.
I don't know, I feel like, I mean, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like, Andy, to your question, every decision that comes in front of us, this needs to be one of our lenses that we're using to make decisions. So every decision that we make becomes an action step from this. And then also to Laura's point, like coming up with a plan, I think that that's a reasonable ask from us, and we just need to make the time to actually start. And maybe that's just another conversation like this that's kind of like an audit of where we are, so that we understand our place of what we can do next. That's what I would take from this.
Yeah, and the grace and awareness that this isn't gonna happen overnight.
No, it's a multi-generational issue, we will be dead before we can solve it.
Yeah, but we won't, I don't wanna be the board that didn't start something,
Yeah.
cause that's been happening for too long.
Yeah.
It's just would have been great if these conversations were happening more 20 years ago.
Yeah. Well, and some of them were, right? Honestly, I mean, I'm gonna go back to goal, but like our community did come together significantly, and they spent years trying to study and create the ask to create an initiative. So these projects, same with like Full Circle being created, that was a true initiative. Same with Build a Generation being created, like that Build a Generation was created to address this, to start with a generation and say, this is where we're gonna stop these comorbidities. And they chose that generation, and they have been working towards supporting that generation through their time. I think they just graduated, or maybe they're about to graduate. But like these things have been happening. It's important for us to get on board with what's been happening and understand our role in supporting them too.
And what hasn't been happening.
Yeah, totally. How has the county been getting in the way? What are our opportunities to change that moving forward? How can we be part and pull together in this initiative?
Where do goals start to diversify too much and expand the bandwidth to a point where some of their initial focus seems like it got lost?
I don't know if that's actually true, honestly. So I think that actually doing an audit of what's been going on versus what people are saying has been going on, that's like important for us as leaders to be able to parse out those things and say, well, what was the purpose? How are they doing? Who needs our help, whether it's goal or their build a generation or whomever? Are we still all pulling in the direction we thought we were, and why not, if it's the case?
I have to go. I have a hit puff director's meeting.
Thank you, Laura.
So I'm sorry. And somebody's ride.
Well, Lana's here now.
Okay, not to ride anymore.
Like, I can drive you too. Like,
Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Call
Well, that-
Lake County Transit.
That pretty much brings us to the end of our time slot here, so.
Can I just ask a clarifying question
Sure.
to the board? Related to the funding request, that'll need to come back to a regular meeting. Do you want that to exist inside the normal supplemental process? Or budgeting for next year, or community requests? How do you want
The
that?
supplemental.
Okay, so like the Q2, I guess we're collecting.
I mean, they're trying to start in June. So Kristen, can you be clear about like when this funding is important for you, so we know when to?
I mean, as soon as possible would be ideal. I would love to have it in hand in the next 90 days. If we don't have it in June, it won't be the end of the world, but it will, like, you know, June is in what, like 4 days?
Yeah,
You know, like, we'll be okay, but if we could have it before the end of summer, that would be great. And whatever you need from me to document the request, let me know, I guess.
so it's not, if it can land in Q2 supplemental, great.
I'll follow up on
You'll have to look on the date.
that, cause it might
Alright,
be
thanks,
just one thing we
Yeah.
have to work through. But I'll let you know, I'll reach out to you.
Well, thank you all for coming.
Can I add something to Andy's point?
Sure.
We're all gonna die with our work undone, and we're gonna do it imperfectly between now and dead, but we don't wanna die without attempting it, right? Like that's,
Yeah.
like the goal here isn't to fix it all in one shot, it's to not be the people who didn't start. And it's better to do it imperfectly than not at all. And that's gonna be true of prevention, it's gonna be true of crisis response, it's gonna be true of all the stuff we try that doesn't work. At least it's something.
Yeah.
And every single time, we're gonna learn something about it, so it's never gonna be a waste and it's never gonna be a failure. And that's the energy, we don't wanna be the ones who didn't start.
Okay, well said.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you all for coming.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Good luck out there.
I've sweat enough. I'm sorry.
It really wasn't that hot in here
Bye.
compared to.
I didn't get like, I've been.
I was-
And I got
Josh, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
Okay, just let folks know and I'll pause.
Oh, 10 minutes, you're gonna take 10 minutes.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Kristen. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you guys, thank you. Yeah, I don't think we ever actually officially met,
Well, nice
have
to
we?
meet you, Kristen.
Nice to meet you.
For anyone online, we're gonna
I'm a
take
big
a 10
fan
minute
of your
break. We're gonna
daughter's
pause the
singing
recording
voice.
until we come back.
And I also have twins, I know lots of
we need for this is the, and I think it's in the packet, is the options that you provided those. How it
Let's see
would
what
be.
I loaded up.
Let me just announce it here.
Sure.
Next up in our work session, item number 2, overview and discussion regarding the future home of Bright Start Learning Center. This will be led by Adam Ducharme, our Tourism and Economic Development Director.
You want this up now, Adam?
Yeah, that'd be great. This is, don't necessarily have like a much larger, more formal presentation. Other than, you know, the memo we sent and then also wanting to share with you, these are the options. So, do you all know Megan? Vincey, I think, probably.
Hi, Megan.
Hello, nice to meet you.
So Megan is the chair of Bright Start, the nonprofit board that helps Bright Start Learning Center, and I joined the board officially like a month ago or something like that. But I am also on the strategic investment planning committee that's looking at kind of childcare on a larger issue, 0 through 5, for the community. And so I've been kind of like looking at this and understanding the larger ecosystem of childcare, and I think one thing that has been identified in that trend or in the analysis we've done is Lake County currently serves 24% of children with licensed childcare, ages 0 through 5. We only serve 2% of our 0 to 1.5 or 0 to 2 ages, but 24% total. And we're one of the lowest in the state in terms of the amount of children that we provide licensed childcare for. So our strategic investment plan that we will be presenting to you all soon, we're just putting the finishing touches on that now, but we will be advocating to grow that to 60%. And so that will require not only Bright Start to remain viable and vibrant and potentially even have an opportunity to grow a little bit within the confines of what makes sense for Bright Start and their operations and their strategic plan, but we're gonna be meeting and looking at the addition of 4 to 5 additional childcare centers of a variety of different types and sizes, right? So we could be looking at one that's sort of infant care specific because that's such a unique business model from a licensing perspective and the cost recovery, because infant requires the most amount of square feet per child. And there's just a ton of teacher requirements. It's a big lift. It costs a lot of money to do infant care. And it's the reason why we don't have infant care in our community. But regardless, Megan and Kelsey have much longer than I have. They have been sort of in conversations and looking about and thinking about the future of Bright Start in terms of where their home is, where their base of operations is. They are currently located in Pitts Elementary School, and as you might be aware, the school district is trying to right size their financial situation and understand where they can find efficiencies, so that's why they are moving kids to the elementary school and the high school and sort of divesting themselves, at least from a programming standpoint, from the intermediate school. But they also, as a board, have been considering for some time the future of Pitts. And we have been talking now with the county for about 3 months, but they have been working for a few years, as I mentioned, to try and understand kind of what the future of Pitts or Bright Start looks like at Pitts. And for the past, let's say 2 years, there's been a conversation around potentially the school district wanting to divest themselves at some point from Pitts. And since we originally talked with Josh and the county around the future of Bright Start at the Pitts school, the school district has kind of changed their timeline in terms of, we were kind of under the assumption that by the end of 2027, that they might be needing to, they, meaning the school district, might need to make a decision about the future of Pitts, and they might, that building could maybe be going up for sale, as an example.
Yeah.
And so that kind of created a pretty strenuous timeline for Bright Start. And we're now operating under the assumption that timeline might be pushed back into 2028. So it changes the urgency and the house is on fire type mentality. So I just wanna set you all up with that information, because it does impact kind of where we're focused and how we're focused on the urgency of the future home of Bright Start. So, but regardless, Kelsey and Megan did reach out to Josh and the county and said, hey, we're trying to explore all of our options. And one of those options potentially is a new build, or, trying to potentially identify land and figure out a way to acquire some land in order to build a future home for Pitts. So Josh was nice enough to put together this set of assets that are owned by the county that Megan and Kelsey and myself used as the basis of some fact finding. And so we actually took some existing properties around Lake County that are either for sale or have been identified as potential remodel. And then we also took these pieces of property here and we did some analysis on them. And Megan, if you wanna maybe talk about the relationship with Shape Architecture to sort of do some of this analysis.
Yeah, we hired Shape Architecture firm. There was a property on East 10th that we looked at as a potential location, and we hired them to do some initial analysis on if it was feasible to turn that into a childcare facility, and a couple other properties in Leadville, land options. Unfortunately, everyone that they looked at is not feasible, but
Is 4,000 feet still the magic number you guys need as a minimum, or now that not as much pressure, would you try and look for something maybe a little bit bigger to like kind of future-proof growth?
4,000 was the minimum, like to do like for like. I mean, when we think of like, we have minimum, ideal, and like dream state kind of visions of number of classrooms and stuff. And I mean, I think like the dream state aligns much more with like what Adam was talking about with the strategic investment plan that's coming out. But the cost of that and the timeline of that, like at least when we were digging into it, was just not even on the table. Potentially it could be back on the table. I feel like with the news that he was talking about, that like our timeline isn't as crunched as it was, it's almost like back to the drawing board of like, you know, what is possible now that, you know, we're not gonna get our legs cut off from underneath us. Which I don't wanna say back to the drawing board, I mean, we're still continuing forward, but I think we have more time and more ability to dream bigger. And when we have more time, we have more ability to raise funds and things like that, but it was looking really grim in the last couple of months.
Yeah.
And I feel like, you know, the news that we got a couple weeks ago or within the last month has been a big weight off of our shoulders of just keeping doors open, so.
Yeah, and so yeah, I think a lot of the purpose of today is, I think, also just situational awareness around kind of where Bright Start's at, and as I mentioned, the dynamics have been shifting almost every like 12 hours around the situation. So part of this, I want you all to know that this is just more informational for you all to understand, number one, where Bright Start's at, number two, where kind of the childcare conversation is, and then number three, I'd like to just quickly go through these parcels and just make you all aware of all the information that has been trickling in around them. I think, and here I can.
I'll just add context too, so when we started having the discussions about these parcels, you all know that we're in the process of working towards a capital asset management plan, right?
Yeah.
And so we had kudos to Stuart, we had him and Shelby from CPD start to put together an inventory of all the parcels that the county owns in advance of us working towards this capital asset plan. So when Bright Start approached us, we talked about not necessarily that these specific parcels are suitable for development. We were really looking just based on space concerns, and I think it was 18,000 square feet.
Of the land,
With
yeah,
the land, so that
land.
works out to a little over 0.4 acres. So we just kind of took that cursory list of what we had, recognizing where we are in our decision-making process on all county assets. So just wanted you to be aware of where these came from.
And that land requirement came from our like medium-sized scope of building, so it was gonna give us one extra classroom with opportunity to expand 1 to 2 more in the future, and enough space for parking and playground, et cetera, all those requirements that need to be met. But it wasn't the dream size space.
And for the good of the board, can you, and myself, can you remind everyone how many classrooms Bright Start currently has and how many students we serve with that?
We currently have 3 classrooms, 1 toddler, 2 preschool rooms, licensed for 45, I believe. Give or take 5, but I'm pretty sure it's like 45 students we're licensed for.
Total or in each room?
Total, yeah, it's 10 in the toddler, I think it's 15 in one of the preschool and 20 in the other. With hopes of opening, we still really would like to open another toddler room, that is, you know, on our radar. soon. We've just done some tuition increases to help make that more feasible, cause toddler is a loss for us, but it's a huge need for the community since there's only 10 spots in all of Lake County. Remind me what the other things were you wanted me to say?
No, that was
The 3
it.
classrooms, yeah, and then the space requirement for the land, it was 4 classrooms, so we were assuming 2 toddler, 2 preschool, all the other requirements that need for licensing and parking and playground, with the hopeful in the future of 2 classroom expansion possible, but that wasn't going to be part of the initial build.
And just so you're aware, I mean, what's challenging about that thought is that does not, that's a Herculean effort and a massive capital stack that doesn't move the needle one iota around infant care.
Right, I was just about to ask that next, what happens to the 0 to 1 year old?
Yeah, and I don't wanna take
Yeah.
wind out of the
Yeah, yeah.
strategic investment plan, but that's a big part of the strategic investment plan. The cost of infant care and toddler care is higher than what our tuition rates can be. So, weighing that and trying to figure out how to get sustainable funding to long-term be able to keep doors open and offer that, like it's just not something most or any nonprofit childcare organization does without sustainable funding coming from other sources. So tax initiatives, grant money does come in, but that's not always sustainable or guaranteed. We do get a significant amount of grant funding today, we'll continue to go after it, but it's hard to open up a room without some other long-term sustainable plan to know that we can keep the door of that room open.
This might not further the conversation a bunch or at all, but for awareness, I'm trying to wrap my head around, as a kid who like grew up in the 80s, why is it so like achievable to have childcare for these age groups nowadays versus like what changed? What made it? Like, is it like insurance and liabilities or?
I don't know, but maybe licensing requirements?
It is to answer the question as easily as possible, it's licensing requirements, and the state of Colorado has gone after a bunch of licensing requirements that in theory were for child safety, and they when you have a scale, like if your average population is 50,000 or above, it makes it so that a very small amount of subsidies are required. There's still no examples, not even in Denver, of any sort of nonprofit, and again, there's a big difference between like a Montessori school or something that's a for-profit model, where, again, we're talking $200 a day for care. Those ones pencil out and they're in the black, but otherwise, any nonprofit model, even in a place like Denver, the cost of care versus true cost of care versus tuition rates that are that the market will bear, even in a place like Denver, is it doesn't work out. It doesn't pencil out.
Has there ever been a conversation at the state level
Absolutely.
about waiving licensing fees
Yep.
for certain communities of certain sizes or where it doesn't pencil out?
Yeah, and
It's not fees necessarily, it's just the licensing requirements, and our biggest expense is salaries. I mean, it's teachers. Teachers are our number 1 expense by far. I think it's 80%, maybe even more, might even be like 85% of our costs are staff. And so it's the ratios. So for a toddler room, you have to have 1 teacher for every 5 kids. And then, and that's like bare minimum. If you wanna do higher quality, you have like 1 teacher for every 4 kids or 3 kids, or depending on that. But like, we try to be as cost effective as possible, so we operate at the minimum requirements, to keep our doors open. But in staffing, right now we have 9 staff, and we try to pay them livable wages, and we give them benefits and retirement packages and paid time off, and like the whole kit and caboodle, and it's not cheap to be able to do that, so.
Also, salaries for the parents paying for those things have not increased at the same rate as the cost of doing this. So parents have less money to be able to spend on childcare than they would if their salaries had increased at the same rate.
Yeah.
but yeah,
There's a big difference in like cost for anything if you compare 80s to now. Sour is plateauing.
Yeah, I was trying to get a picture like outside of inflation, what has changed, and it sounds
Actually, it's a
like, you know,
huge part of
I'm sure there was, you know, historically lots of childcare facilities where there was one adult for 15 or 20 kids, you know, like just like.
Yeah, and actually-
how do you survive?
I was given information about like 5 or 6 different properties that used to have childcare. You know, Morning Star is one, but what's the church over there that?
Presbyterian,
The
Jehovah's Witness.
Jehovah's Witness, that building used to have childcare, and there's, not only do they not have the space, especially when I found out how many kids were in there, but there's no outside facilities, and like as an example for Bright Start, if you were, let's say, gonna have, well, like, they have toddlers and preschool, they have to have 2 different playgrounds for each one. And there needs to be a physical divider between them. These are all part of licensing requirements. And when we talk about quality care, in order for a learning center like Bright Start to advance in terms of their credentialing, then the quality has to be there in terms of the care. So if you're just going for bare minimums, you're not gonna get those quality certifications, which also will give you access to larger grant funding pools and things like that.
And parents,
And
to look at that too,
yeah.
to see what level of the state is it's a Colorado Shines rating system, so it's a Colorado quality rating system that they put on licensed childcare facilities based on audits and things that they've done to the facility that's rating the quality of it, so.
Just as an example, Speaker McCluskey has been advocating strongly and trying to fight at the state level against the licensing requirements and how much of a limiting factor they've been for
Right,
companies like
like
ours.
well intentioned, but ended up, you know, in the interest of trying to make better childcare, made like no childcare.
Yeah, and the Colorado Sun article that was recently put out that featured Leadville, they talk about how when you push people too far in another direction, you end up with what can be potentially really dangerous and scary situations for kids, because you're not gonna be able to meet licensing requirements, so why even try, as an example.
Yeah, that was.
Unlicensed options, which I mean, there are, they call them the FFN network, so Friend and Family Network, which is really strong in Lake County of, people unlicensed watching kids in their home.
Yeah.
And
It was
it
scary.
fills a need.
What was scary for me about that Sun article that shined such a light on our FNF network was that I was worried that it would bring
I was
unwanted attention to that network.
So far, I don't think it has, thankfully, but when I read that was the first thing I thought too.
It's good.
So, okay, in the interest of time, I'll just kind of go through the options. Just start with this one. It was one that seemed promising at first, so this is you know which one this one is. So yeah, you probably know, this is up on West 8th Street. It's in a residential neighborhood. It is zoned residential here, but this is 8th and Ash, and there were a few concerns around this one. The largest sort of stumbling block here is lack of infrastructure. And it would require about $500,000 worth of infrastructure to bring water and sewer to it. There was also potential mining, so there is a historic mining claim that is underlaid here. And Morgan did recently tell me, as recently as last Friday, that there is actually some documentation to suggest that this actually was deeded properly to Lake County government. So Lake County government does actually own this piece of property without disputes from a mining claim perspective. But again, Megan did some tuition modeling, and if Bright Start was to take on, let's say, a $3 million note in order to be able to build, the impacts on tuition would be pushing us in the direction of outside of what the market would bear in order to build on a facility like this. And that's not necessarily taken into account the cost of the land, is that right? When you're modeling the.
Yeah, correct. I mean, we would obviously, any land option and, any land that we find and we decide to move forward if we decide to move forward with a new build. I mean, we would start a capital campaign in hopes that we would be able to raise a lot of the funds, but you know, if we aren't able to get there on our own, we did the modeling, you know, to have in our back pocket, make sure that on paper we could get a loan, cause you have to show certain profits on paper to be able to even get a loan. So yeah, we passed a tuition increase model that we're doing 3 increases in the next year. We already did our first one, it is in effect in June, to get it to the point that we can show profits on paper so that we can qualify for a loan, but it was only up to a $2 million loan. So as of right now, if we move forward with a new build, 2 million we could potentially get a loan for and cover those payments, but any remainder needs to be capital campaign.
So this is another site that you might all recognize, it's by the hospital, by the high school, so there's the skate park, things like that, and this was an area that was looked at for affordable housing, and in talking with Leadville Sanitation, there is no trunk that goes all the way down here currently, and he gave us a rough cost estimate of like $400,000 to $500,000 to be able to get, and we're talking, this is in Leadville, and yet, you know, $500,000 worth of infrastructure just to be able to, and not to mention the grading issues on that land. Cause that's currently an infill space where dirt,
It's like a ditch.
yeah, that is supposed to be not toxic is being dumped there. That one we looked at, so, yeah. This is the,
Just up from the hostel.
that's right, exactly, so this is just up from the hospital, and this one has remediation concerns.
This is on the east side.
That's just up from the hostel,
Yeah,
not the hospital.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly, sorry, the hostel, but yes, and it has remediation concerns, there is a big
That tailing pile's gnarly.
tailing pile right there. So, and again, the remediation concerns, I think one of the things that I'm learning about the remediation stuff is where do you actually put the remediated dirt? So a place to put the remediated dirt is also a big issue.
That's us. We manage the repository.
Repository, okay. And where is it?
It's up on the east
Up
side,
Fifth.
yeah, it's a fenced in area,
Oh, okay, cool, nice. And the,
it's almost full, but
It's filling.
and then this was the other one too, that we looked at over by Ice Palace Park. And some of the issues here were grading, water not going to there, so again, water was the big one.
Yeah, for all 3 that we thought were good options, they didn't have water going
Yeah,
to it.
yeah.
I was shocked at the estimates, I'm like, wait, what?
And then
There's water very close by, why is it so, but
And the other
beyond me.
was parking, so from an ADA perspective, this was a little bit of a very challenging parcel.
And that one has like a power line easement right here, which seems that it could be a little bit of a challenge as well.
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, and also from sanitation, there is a sanitation pipe that goes right through here, which also would cause a re-engineer and would be a big challenge. So not one property that we've looked at currently requires any less than $500,000 in stuff, additional work, infrastructure work or remediation work, et cetera.
Brought this up on looking at this picture right here, I brought this up on Thursday with the mayor about the community space they have there and whether is it an option for them to partner with Bright Start? And she's mentioned something about the upstairs spaces in that building, there's been some talk, but nothing.
We've talked with them, the upstairs is not large enough to meet our needs, but they are currently doing a survey of the land because there's talk of this lot potentially being big enough.
Right, there's like an old house there or something.
Yeah, there's a house right here and a garage here, But there's some weird things that seem to be happening with easements between the building and potentially here.
Okay,
So that's what we're waiting on,
Okay.
The
cause I
survey.
love that
The survey.
location, I mean, that's really central, it's
Yeah.
accessible to a lot of people in the community.
Yeah, the only problem with this is that if they do move forward with the community center option, where they actually do invest money in the building, unless they spend $1 million on a elevator, in order to make this building ADA accessible,
Right.
they would basically need to they would need to use this space here in order to provide access to the building. So then that would kind of remove Bright Start as an option for that space, so. So I think really more than anything, it was just to want to make the board kind of aware of the research we have done on parcels that do exist for the county. And again, I think probably some of this information will be bore out in the asset management plan. But again, happy to share the research because we've now done it, and Morgan did put all this in writing for us, and I am putting together kind of a further another one-pager as well as presentation on this, because as we, Bright Start, look at not only the congressionally directed spending that Bright Start has access to, but also as we talk to funders, et cetera, and talk about Bright Start's future, we need to really make the strong case of we've explored many options, and there really aren't that many that are super exciting. You know, and again, we have had conversations as well with Climax in terms of some of the parcels that they own. But as a publicly traded company, they have a really low risk tolerance in terms of divesting themselves from their land and their property because of the remediation liability concerns. So when you think about some of the parcels over by the intermediate school and things like that, they haven't made a definitive determination, but they're really nervous about potentially trying to think about divesting themselves from those properties, especially for childcare. So yeah, this again, conversation is more about situational awareness and less of looking for the board's sort of support on any one specific thing. But yeah, happy to answer any other questions that you all have about these parcels or this conversation or sort of where we're headed.
Any other parcels that?
Yeah, so there was this one, which is over by OEM. And Megan, I don't know if you all had talked with the city, cause there was a couple.
I mean, we ruled that one out just based on shape and surrounding, and it actually isn't, it's not that small, it looks small,
It
but
looks
it's only
pretty
72 acres.
You need to ride 4-wheelers in and out of the
Yeah.
work, you know, like there's all.
I mean, it's flat, like we went over and looked at it, it just seemed really questionable, especially like the surrounding parcels and who owned them, and it I think it's like technically landlocked with other owners and stuff, so that was just an easy one to be like, I'm not so sure about that one.
What about the one that you guys were talking about that's down by the pastime?
Yeah, that one we had to rule out due to proximity to sex offenders.
Okay.
And that was kind of an interesting one too, cause we did, Morgan did do an analysis of that and compared it to the property that's behind the Family Dollar, that used to be a marijuana grow operation, that would be a remodel, and to remodel that space was like 2.6 million.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
One of the big reasons is, from a licensing perspective, the slab would need to be completely torn out and put back in because of the temperature, the radiant temperature of the floor is not, it's not warm enough and wasn't done well enough to be able to support childcare.
But and there was a lot of plumbing infrastructure that needed to be done, and it was a slab foundation, so to like, in order to get the plumbing done.
You need to scrape, I mean, the remodel basically involves scraping the whole thing.
Yeah, and even some of that we probably would have looked past, but the end result was not ideal space. It was, I think we could only have gotten 3 rooms in there, and the shape of the rooms, it was definitely trying to put like, you know.
Square peg.
Yes, and it was like, well, you're gonna spend $3 million, you know, we should, and Morgan's you know, brand new build on he did the analysis on that other lot. I mean, it was just beautiful, and
Yep.
on paper, it was around the same price, so we were really excited about that, but then when we did a little more research as a board, no one felt comfortable moving forward with that land.
Yeah.
But, so we have, you know, some rough drawings that can be used on other land, but that was not the land for us.
I'm guessing the one between Four Seasons and Matchless is just too far out of town to make much sense.
And also remediation as well.
Oh, that needs remediation.
Yeah, and
This one?
I think this is one.
It's like 2, I think.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, for this one. Yeah, this one was remediation and also ownership, because there are some historic mining claim.
This llama,
Landmarks, yeah, no, mining claim, things that have moved forward, because this was a lot, it was also identified potentially for affordable housing, and there's some people that stepped forward that said, I have a piece of paper that says my great grandfather gave me
goes
this,
to the past.
gave me this, and whatever. So,
Yeah, number 2 is the one that I was referring to, that's just.
oh
too
yeah,
far out
that's
of
right,
town.
that's right, this is the one, the too far out of town residential.
And we also, yes, we thought it was too far out of town, very residential, and we thought there might be a lot of pushback from the neighborhood on that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that should be a reason to cross it off the list, but
I love childcare, I don't get that.
That's where all the fancy houses are in my neighborhood.
We have that's our property?
That's wild.
So random.
Weird.
yeah, it's surrounded by houses everywhere.
There's some really nice houses right
And it's
there.
3 acres, and we were there, we're like, where are the 3 acres? It just
Wow.
didn't seem like it, but. Oh, you live right there?
I wouldn't push back.
Yeah. So, any other questions or thoughts or?
Why did you rule that one out? Because it's such a neighborhood,
Location's kind of weird, I guess,
Yeah.
for people to access.
plus it's zoned.
I mean, again, now that we went down the path, we picked what we thought were the best locations on the top 3, but then once we started digging more into those and other things were coming up, such as like the infrastructure, you know, it might not be a bad idea to
Yeah.
like put this one back on our
Yeah.
list, cause
Yeah.
like the lot that was right next to the hospital, I think everybody was like, oh my god, this is the dream lot, just based on location, cause it was near the hospital, the school, and the playgrounds, and kids could still walk into town for like field trips, and it just seemed ideal, but you know, you don't know until you start digging.
And I think one of the things that Kelsey Woods had brought up too is the, sort of the beginning of day, end of day, like parking and the like in and out of cars and everything, that was a concern for her in the neighborhood, in a neighborhood that's
Yeah.
like that.
Is there any groups or other identified user groups that would be like a potential partner situation? Where you guys, you know, the cost of infrastructural improvements could be split?
We have close conversations with the housing authority. It is really common in communities to do, you know, like childcare on the first floor and housing on the second. A lot of those conversations in the past 6 months or so have like kind of stopped because of timelines, and we just didn't, like, it's expansion of scope, and we were like so on a timeline of like, we need to get this ball rolling, and we, you know, need to have it completed or well underway by the end of 27. So it was making it more complicated, but now that we have more time, it's definitely an option for us to try to, you know, look into something bigger. But it was really only housing authority is who we've identified as like a good partner.
I did bring it up with Trident, those folks who are We did a letter of
Yeah, that's right.
intent, a letter of support for the Trident land banking application through the housing authority.
We've got multiple
Remember-
different tridents.
Was that through the Gateway project?
Nope,
The Trident is a project?
it is a
Oh,
project,
okay.
Yeah.
and we just submitted the land banking letter of support,
It's
and that
the
was the one in phase 3.
rail yard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh.
And I asked them specifically about it, and they were like, we'd be really open to doing it, but to Megan's point, that was before.
Yeah.
A week ago, or whatever, when
Yeah.
the school district was like, okay, we'll slow down. This isn't a real timeline yet.
Yeah,
But maybe it's back on the table.
I mean, I would say for sure,
Yeah.
we never didn't want it on the table, just the more people at the
Totally.
table, the longer and more complicated
Complicated,
things
yeah.
get.
Totally.
So we didn't really have the luxury of that.
Yeah, and I think for me, I just wanna make it really clear, wearing my Bright Start board member hat, is I really want Bright Start to, as a nonprofit, learning center that is fighting a really, really steep curve when it comes to the cost of care. I want them focusing on operational excellence and operational efficiency. I do not want them chasing partnerships and living in this space of being quasi developers, quasi everything.
Yeah.
So I'm looking for the most straightforward solution for them.
that would definitely be the ideal, but you know, in desperate times, might be worth having more conversations with the RHA. just to see.
Totally, no, and we will, and that's, I mean, to be honest with you, part of why we're here is not because this is like this isn't a slam dunk at all. We just need to keep exploring all options and keep communicating to all of our partners exactly where we're at, because again,
Yeah.
we are at the mercy of the school district with our current operation.
I would think it would behoove the situation to still treat this like as something with
Yep.
a sense of urgency.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Absolutely, we are.
It's just, I would say that it was getting to the point of like, this is not going to happen, because
Yeah.
the months keep ticking by, and we all know, especially new construction projects, like, we don't have land, we don't have a plan, and if you really want us to be done by December of 27, like, that is no longer going to happen. I don't think we're, totally letting our feet, off the gas, it's just, we have breathing room, and, we're confident now that the doors are not gonna close, which is what we were really afraid of.
Historically, hasn't there always been a correlation or a type of partnership between like church buildings and childcare?
Yeah, and like, as I mentioned with with the strategic investment plan, we're going to need to identify 4 to 5 additional facilities. So there are some contacts that I've been given to make in that space, but I'm not quite sure if it's the direct right fit for Bright Start.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
We're too big now, which is great, I mean, it's a great problem to have, we were 2 rooms, we expanded to 3 rooms last summer.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, we're serving too many families to be in, a room in a 1 or 2 rooms, when we already have 3 rooms, and
Yeah.
but yeah, it's a great thing to look at for the strategic investment plan, to be able to open up and serve, 5 to 10 kids in one space and that type of thing, but.
Yeah, specifically for infant care, I think there is a case to be made for that, and there's some willingness, there's some openness with I believe the Catholic Church and one of the other ones,
Some
Baptist.
partnerships.
yeah, the Baptist.
Well, wasn't the Baptist church that Bright Start was in before? Or by itself?
They were in one church, I don't know what church it was, but they were in a church prior to.
Yeah.
That's what my kids were.
Okay.
There's one over on McGuethy by the mineral belt, that's like, what is that one? I feel like it's
Presbyterian.
Presbyterian, I feel like I never see anything happening there, like I don't think I've ever seen a car parked there.
I've been to a meeting there before.
Me too.
It was like a
In their
childcare
little annex.
coalition
Yep.
meeting.
Yep. My
That
kids were
was
just talking about the other day, they were like, why do they put kids in that basement? It was so scary. I was like, you're welcome,
Yeah, I mean,
there's nowhere else for you.
the Advocate's House is another really great example of a house that or a property that on paper, it's like that would be a net positive, right? But from a licensing requirements perspective, the fact that it's a multi-level home,
Impossible.
it's impossible.
Yeah,
What about all the property that the school district owns down on Third Street and down by the ball field or the old football field? Talk to them at all? See if they were willing to divest some of their property?
They need money for their property.
Yes. That was the conversation we had with them was, are you guys willing? And it was more fair market value.
Yeah.
We can talk. And we've been trying to go down paths where that might not be the case, but there might not be a path that we, find a partnership on land and it might be the fair market value.
Cause we did also talk with Colorado Mountain College about, anything on their property and a lot of its timelines too, because, again, you have the board and then the chancellors and their timelines and their priorities around when they want CMC as an institution wants to see things built in what order.
Yeah.
And again, we've been operating under this timeline of 2027 and they're kind of really trying to prioritize and move forward with the things that are kind of part of their strategic plan. So again, it's not that any of these doors are nothing's an absolute no, it's just that so far the timing has really not worked out for any of these conversations.
Yeah, institutions like that plan way ahead.
not a lot of no's, but very complicated maybes.
They have plenty of land up there.
At CMC.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they were open to, they are, like, from a childcare perspective, they're invested in like something like a teaching incubator, if you will. Something that's not like, Bright Start with their operations and their growth objectives, but something where it's like, there's a classroom where you could have people work towards credentialing and things like that, and there's maybe 5 to 10 families that are being serviced.
So maybe it's part of the SIA, but not a Bright Start.
Yeah, and they said it's probably like 5 years out, but it's great for our community.
Yeah.
Just not current problem.
But yeah, more than anything too, wanted to make you all aware that especially Kelsey and Megan have been grinding really hard on this, and it's not something that has an easy, well, not that there is an easy solution to anything, but the land part and the new build part does seem to be more challenging than anyone had maybe imagined.
Yeah.
I appreciate this information.
I think one thing to consider too, as we kick off the capital asset plan, is we do have larger parcels, right, throughout the county, like we were looking very kind of specifically based on a size need. We know we have the Monroe parcel that's been discussed for various uses. That's a fair bit of land that would accommodate this kind of thing, but that obviously is a decision on how we wanna use that space, so.
Harrison Field.
Yeah, we've had conversations about that, and similar to a lot of the other conversations, it wasn't aligned with our timeline, but now that our timeline has changed, it's definitely, there was talk of like 1/4 of the Harrison Field could be like dedicated to this.
That seems like an ideal.
Next to a
Yeah.
school, it's
Yeah.
central.
And to be perfectly blunt, like that's part of all of this is like.
Sorry.
No, it's just how politically fraught these things are, is like, up until now, we've been trying to think of like, what is the thing that's gonna actually get something in the ground and not be mired in too many controversy, thoughts and feelings. Petitions, so, but again, I mean, yes, if we have 5 years and, whatever, like, okay.
I mean, we had a lot of those conversations with the Harrison ball fields, was potentially putting childcare and housing. It's one of the things we could solve with that.
Yeah, I would think that would be like an ask from me, is just, I mean, you guys obviously see a lot of these projects or hear about a lot of these projects before we do, like the one you were just talking about, like with land banking. Like if or when you hear about that, keeping childcare in mind, seeing if you can, you already heard,
Every time,
doing it.
Megan,
And
every
then
time I'm
maybe
like,
like
what
let
about
us
childcare?
know if there's anything that we can do or push for, or
Yeah.
Cause again, like with the more time, I think we can be a little more strategic with where it is that we're trying to go. We just don't always know what's going on.
Yeah.
Not as much, but I mean, I know the Gateway project was one, that we have had early conversations. They applied for a land banking grant and did not receive it. So then that kind of went off the table. The rail yard, I mean, if there's something new coming there, that could be a possibility. Gateway, I'm not really familiar with any.
As soon as it becomes like an actual conversation, cause there's like the letter of intent, but then you actually apply.
Yeah.
As soon as it could become an actual conversation, then I promise I will connect with you guys. I've heard loud and clear, like, don't use Bright Start's name without actually letting Bright Start know. Not saying that I was doing that, but I've just heard the request.
Well, yeah, I mean, use our name, it helps the cause, but let us know so that
Yeah,
when
yeah.
someone's like, we're doing this, we are at least in the loop on it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and the structure of nonprofit childcare is really fascinating to me, because at least for the past 12 years that Bright Start's been operating, it's not necessarily like a normal board where there's like, where it's an advisory board. I mean,
It's a working word.
beyond a working board.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like Kelsey and Megan, it's professional development, it's
Policy writing,
policy writing, it's
grant proposal.
budget and finance, it's everything. And that's all to support an ED who ultimately, when I really like think about the landscape and compare it to the private business model and industry, I mean, the ED has their hands full with operations. So it's not an ED in the traditional sense of they have the bandwidth to identify properties and do all this work. This falls on a volunteer working board, so.
Well done, Megan.
Yeah, keep up the
Seriously.
fight.
I know.
No, but it's barely me, I'm just entering and learning, and every day that the past 6 months have been just such a masterclass in how broken the childcare model is. It's not a business model, it's not even close to a business model.
On a scale of 1 to 50, where does Colorado rank in its complexity and difficulties compared to other states?
I mean, it's really bad. I mean, I think part of it is that we're we're number 47 on the list of affordability in terms of states. So
Yeah.
Colorado is the third least affordable state in the union. And so to speak to what Elsa's talking about is when your costs go up 293% and your wages go up 92%, I mean, that has a massive impact, but yes, also the complexity of licensing and, you know, CCAP, I mean, if Laura was here, she could tell you, CCAP, if you're applying for CCAP and you're getting CCAP in our community, there's so many other straws that are gonna break the camel's back. Because you basically have, your household has to make $42,000 a year in order to be eligible for CCAP.
And CCAP is
How
under
do you
threat
even, yeah, you
because of
can't,
the big beautiful bill.
Absolutely.
CCAP is under threat.
So, again, in order to access funding currently at the state or federal level for childcare, you basically are already on the verge of being displaced from this community.
Is there a Head Start here?
Yeah,
The center and the school district,
The school?
yeah.
the school, Bright Start doesn't
So
currently.
there's two licensed childcare facilities in the county. Bright Start is the only year-round licensed childcare, and then the center at the school district does it during school hours and days. So no Fridays, no summers, long winter breaks and spring break, et cetera.
And I can just tell you from my lived experience, with my first child, we went through the center. And with our second child, we learned our lesson and went through Bright Start, because how can the average household here has 2 working parents, how can you just not have childcare throughout the summer and every Friday and every holiday?
FFN.
Yeah, exactly.
FFN is the only way.
Yeah.
And FFN, I will just say, like, the FFN option that my family had for the past 2 years has not been an option because that person is too afraid to do FFN anymore.
Yeah.
And that's not, obviously, I know anecdotally of other examples of that.
Just from the state regulation perspective?
No,
Nice.
thank you, yeah. And that person actually has asked, like, please don't share my information, you know, like as in to other families, you know. All of that, so.
Okay, you guys, well, thanks for coming in. It's 2:03, we'll probably stay on schedule here.
Yeah, thank you very much,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Appreciate
Thank you,
guys.
guys.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Megan, thanks for coming in to talk about this. It's awesome to hear from you.
Yeah, sorry, it was like nice to meet you, I think we have sat down and talked
Yeah,
about this
it's
before.
okay. I'm sure you guys talked to a lot of people.
Maybe you weren't wearing your glasses last time, I don't know.
That could be. Or my hair down. I never wear my hair down, but I couldn't find my ponytail holder, so it's down that way.
Like, who is
Not
this
intentionally. But thank you guys.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thanks, you guys. Up next, item number 3 on our work session agenda is legislative updates led by political advocacy group. Welcome and thank you in advance.
Hi, everyone. How are you doing?
Well,
Good, thank you.
It sounds like you had just had a sobering presentation about the state of childcare and the budget. And unfortunately, we will continue that sobering news as we present to you on what's going on at a state level with the budget. We just closed our legislative session. It ended on May 13th. It constitutionally gets 120 days, so they go from January through May. And then in the interim, there's a lot of budget and other work that happens that we'll keep you apprised of. We did send along a pretty comprehensive report, so we didn't do any slides today. We just wanted to refer to that report for you to look through. Alan's going to highlight some of the budget items and some of the commissions and things that we're going to be paying attention to and really wanting to dig in and get information from you over the interim. But if it's okay, I'll hand it over to Alan to discuss some budget updates.
Sure. Good to see all of you. As you know, we've said a lot. The budget was really terrible this year. They had about $1 billion hole they had to fill. They did. The governor signed the budget into law last week. We've been trying really hard to keep staff up to date on all the moving parts this year with the budget, and some of the cuts that the county should be aware of and kind of prepare for. That includes the cut to local public health. That cut is less than what the governor requested, so it's only about $1.5 million statewide. There's also all the changes that they made to TANF programs to try and make that program solvent. Basically, they will not be backfilling county reserves using the general fund there. And then there's the regionalization process for county admin that will continue to be an ongoing conversation this summer. That bill did turn into a working group. The JBC was not impressed with the Department of Human Services plan. So they will continue to work on that and what that'll look like over the summer here. They've canceled pretty much all of their interim committees as a cost saving measure. The one that will meet is this new Commission on Medicaid that the JBC created. That committee will include the members of the Joint Budget Committee and then the chairs of the health committees. And they have a pretty large charge. So they're going to be looking at Medicaid kind of broadly, how to make it more sustainable as we go forward. Elizabeth, what am I missing? Kind of high level stuff.
I mean, I would just highlight that how to make Medicaid more sustainable from a state perspective is going to be cuts. It'll be less services. I think the state is really in a challenge point when it comes to services versus access. At a certain point, if provider rates are so low that providers aren't willing to take on Medicaid clients, you don't really have access anymore. We also are going to see the effects of HR1. I know you guys were just talking about that with childcare. So that will also have impact down the road when it comes to Medicaid. We anticipate further cuts and declines in those areas from the federal government as well. There are a number of things that are going to be on the ballot to just keep an eye on. Colorado is a pretty easy place to get things on the ballot. So there's a few measures that are going to be out there that could potentially have a hard time on the state budget or help the state budget. There's a measure which right now they're gathering signatures. It's Initiative 175. And this will ask voters, without increasing your taxes, would you like to dedicate a certain amount of money to fix roads and construction, which on its face sounds great. And we need more money for our roads. The problem is that the without raising taxes part means that this would be hundreds of millions of dollars directly from the general fund that already doesn't have enough money to sustain what they're trying to sustain in the state. So that's something that a number of groups that counties, healthcare, education are all keeping an eye on as that moves forward. There was also a referred measure. So the legislators voted to send an item to the ballot. This was coming from the Colorado Education Association. And this will try to increase the amount you can keep under the Tabor cap, a little similar to Ref C 20 years ago, so that if more money is coming in, that 50% of that can go to education and the other 50% could help with the state budget. It's not going to be a huge influx right away, but would be a little something to help relieve the pressure on the state budget. The other thing that's really being talked about and is having a lot of drama right now at the state capitol is Governor Polis commuting the sentence for Tina Peters. So a number of the Democrats are very upset about this. They talked about having a special session, which there's no point because it's solely within his discretion to do this. But it does mean that typically we are really busy right now with bill signings and people wanting to be out and about and be seen with the governor. And those bill signings are getting canceled right now. So it's been a little bit quiet on the calendar front when it comes to getting some legislation signed. We did highlight in the report for you some of the key pieces of legislation we really engaged in on behalf of Lake County. Obviously, Senate Bill 40, which Commissioner Tharp testified on to try to help with Prop 123 dollars. We were very active with the salary legislation in terms of the elected official salary increase to help with our sheriff, and then active with Senate Bill 176, which would have put a lot of liability on county and county officials and other local governments. And so we had really weighed in on that one as well. But happy to open it up to any questions. We just put a lot of information out there for you.
Thank you so much. Alan, at one point and in the beginning, I'm sorry I wasn't following enough, but you said that there was money that was not gonna go to backfill counties' budgets. What part of the county budgets was that money?
It's the county TANF reserves.
Oh, TANF, okay,
Yeah,
thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Okay.
And we detail a lot of that out in the report. So if you dig through that and have any questions, please reach out.
I honestly just couldn't find the word backfill, so I couldn't understand which part I was not understanding. So thank you.
As far as 175 goes, how much pushback or what is the temperature in the room with the HB 261430 sort of doesn't that effectively neuter 175?
It was trying to, yeah, that was the goal of that was to try to get at that. It ended up being House Bill 1430 itself ended up getting a little neutered through the process. So it isn't as effective as people would have, as the people pushing it would have hoped in going after 175. It will get at some of those dollars. But at this point, we have not heard that the initiative is getting pulled.
Okay.
I have
little bit. Can you talk?
She said something was an
I just was saying thank you.
Yeah. Can you talk more about the JBC's response to the CDHS CCI, frankly, proposal? And, cause I thought that was moving ahead apace and that it got passed. So what do you mean?
Yeah, so there's nothing in the bill that actually sets up that new process and how things will be organized. A working group will meet this summer to actually figure out what that looks like because
Right.
the State Department couldn't come up with a plan that the JBC was impressed enough with. So this will be a working group. It'll have county CCI will be there, the department, and then they'll have a third-party administrator that'll walk through that process.
Facilitator.
Facilitate.
And I would add that the ability for counties to be in the room making these decisions versus being told what the decisions are going to be is because of a lot of the work that CCI did with the Joint Budget Committee.
Yeah. I am hoping to get Laura on that task force. I chat with Candace about it, but we can nominate her onto the task force. Is there any way that you all would play a role in potentially helping to get somebody onto the task force?
Yes.
That would be amazing. We would love your help. We would love Laura to be on that task force. And she was involved in it wasn't a task force,
The working,
but a working group. So I'm
Yep.
hoping that will be like a leg up. But if there's anything that you all need from us to help her continue that work, that's a huge priority.
We will take a look at the requirements and the deadlines for submission and help Laura and work with Candace to facilitate that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
And Laura's okay with that?
Yeah. She wants to be. The only trick is the capacity for her, like she was saying, to do her job just day to day.
Right.
And so Candace had said that is one of the places where they were actually gonna open up the ability to hire.
Support the
Josh?
department.
Yeah. So I think it has to be twofold. It's like, yes, we would love Laura to do this, but we also need to make sure that she has capacity support.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in having, I think they're leaning towards the larger counties and we
Right.
definitely need to have someone from, our regional coalition.
Yeah.
And Laura has expressed an interest, so we'd love to see that if possible.
Yeah. There's a nomination process through CCI as well. So Elizabeth, if you wanna connect about how we do that and who does what, I'm happy to. But I already did connect with Candace and Laura about.
Okay, great. We can give CCI and others a call and then also work through that process. So we'll work on that and follow back up.
Thank you.
Thanks for the report. This is great. Yeah. I have no further questions. Nor do I. Good luck to the governor.
Yeah. Yep.
Apparently, he's got some more free time now.
Yes.
Elizabeth, we talked a little while ago, I think last year sometime, about you were gonna help support a process for us internally to be able to create suggested legislation or even to advocate for difficulties within somebody's job that's statutory or regulatory to inform us. How has that been going?
So during the session, our check-ins with the county team were really session-specific stuff and bills that were on the calendar. But we will be having regular meetings with them through this interim to try to develop that process and find that and bring that forward. And then also, weigh in on when you guys want to bring things to CCI or CCAT for them to consider legislation and stuff.
And we had made some forms that we shared with Candace to kind of help facilitate that process and get suggestions from staff. But we'll bring that back up at our next meeting and how we want to use those going forward.
That'd be great, because now is the time where we start, now that the legislative session is done, now we actually start talking about which bills or initiatives we can bring through any of these advocacy groups, so maybe we're still behind the 8 ball, but if any of that process or pipeline has been created, now's the time where we would actually be bringing that forward. So even if we're going for next year, I would love to know what's happening. So we can be ready to bring forward legislation, say, to reduce regulations on childcare,
For instance.
for instance.
Yeah, we'll make sure to cover those at our next meetings with staff so that at our next board meeting, we can bring forward some ideas for you to dig into.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I think it's due in July. These initiatives are like due in July for CCI. And I think CCAT is just a little bit later. So if we can do it this year, awesome. I'd love to hear from staff where we think we are. And if it's not this year, that's fine, but it'd be cool to do it next year then. Sorry, I just repeated myself.
Okay. A lot of things we wanna chase at the state level,
Yeah, but we have to have our
ducks
ducks in a
around.
freaking row,
Yeah,
and we are not. We're really cute still. We're cute.
I still have that new commissioner smell.
That's right.
Well, and there's going to be a lot of changes, right? It's going to be interesting. We all have to figure out how this new administration, whoever the new governor is coming in, we're going to have new leadership in the building. And so it's going to be a trial time to see where people are willing to make changes and not.
Yeah.
We kind of, we've gotten used to, after 8 sessions, knowing exactly what polis will or will not be for. And now we'll have a new entity to work with and meet.
Challenging and exciting.
Yeah, opportunity. Okay.
Well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Checking in with us, and thanks for the report. We will talk to you soon unless Elsa has more questions.
Might as well while we're here.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, can you give us advice? Now that the legislative session is finished and there probably won't be a special session called at least about Tina Peters.
Right.
And then they've cut like all their committee work. What are our opportunities for engaging with legislators in the off season?
Yeah, I mean, we can definitely be setting up some times for your senator is staying the same, but obviously your representative is going to be changing. So we can work with Candace and staff to develop maybe some listening tours with the candidates that are out there. I know you're very familiar with one of the candidates, obviously, and probably also know the other one, given everyone being up in the community. But we'd be happy to kind of help facilitate some of those conversations so you guys can get to know them better. An opportunity to speak more with Senator Baisley if you'd like. And then we are out and about during this interim process, since the entire House, a lot of statewide races, and half the Senate are up for re-election. We are attending a lot of fundraisers and keeping you all front of mind as we have conversations with those legislators at those events. If you ever wanted to attend any of those, you're welcome to. But we can definitely help facilitate some conversations with the candidates up in your area so that you guys can decide if you wanted to endorse anyone or just build those relationships going into next session.
Well, thank you. What about power mapping? So if there were initiatives that have failed in the past that we would be on board with, or somebody's really friendly towards certain ideas that haven't actually been presented yet, but they don't represent us, like Mark Baisley or Consuelo or Chris, how can we be at the table to help build those relationships and to potentially build some momentum for coalitions of things that we want to see passed?
I think continuing to engage in some of those, the CCI, the CCAT, I know Laura's very involved with the human services side. Definitely if there are potential legislative items that you're interested in that another legislator would be better to carry and to champion, we would reach out and have those conversations with them and with you. But a lot of times outside of your main legislators, being able to leverage and work with your associations is really helpful for that.
Okay. Just feels like there's so often times where like CCI, especially since CCI is more conservative, this legislature has been less so. It kind of, oftentimes it doesn't actually matter what CCI takes a position on. So I hear you, and I do understand that there are like relationships built there. I was just curious if there are other.
Well, and that's where
big
CCAT could be helpful too, right? Which is, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Matt. That's all.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you again.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
You guys
Bye.
have a good day. Appreciate you. Do we have anyone coming in with us for the yurt conversation?
We do, we have, C4, you saw the email that C4.
Yeah, they're
through. But everyone who was still intending to come in and have that discussion is planning, so we can pause recording now if you wanna take another break. We're 35 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
Scheduled for 3.
Or I can message Duncan and see if he can come over now.
Okay, I see
I don't know if
Brian.
anybody else was planning.
Who else do we have anyone from CMC or CCMS or anybody respond?
We can check with Sandra on that. I do believe so.
Tamara was interested,
Brian just joined.
I don't know, I think maybe we just take a break instead of trying to get people to show up early.
Okay.
It's about a half hour away.
Okay.
Could do some jumping jacks, run around the block,
Who we got?
I can go to work.
Alright, I
go
will.
bust out some work.
Alright, folks online, we're a little ahead of schedule, so we're gonna go ahead and pause the recording and we'll convene back at 3.
Yeah.
That sound right?
3 o'clock.
Alright, thanks all.
Okay, item number 4 on this work session at 3 o'clock is number 4, overview and discussion regarding potential future options for the yurt owned by Lake County government. This will be led by Josh Becker, our deputy county manager.
Yeah, I can set the stage for everyone who's in the room here.
Nice early.
Hey, we just started.
So this discussion grew out of a meeting we had, I guess a week ago now with C4, who had come to the county with a proposal and an idea to utilize the yurt that's been in storage up at the airport, out at the farm for some educational programming. And so everyone in the room was invited based on that discussion. It sort of grew into a little bit bigger conversation. We wanna talk about the use for the yurt. We did have an MOU drafted with C4. They have subsequently to the last meeting withdrawn their request to use it at the farm location as they were considering. And so we still wanted to continue to have this conversation because there were a lot of ideas about what we could do with this. It's a fairly expensive county resource that's currently sitting unused up at the airport. So I'll use that to sort of set the stage and kind of tee it up for commissioners to ask questions, guide the discussion however you want with the folks who are specifically here. You wanted to start with the ideas that you had discussed last week and frame that for everyone, or?
Sure. Well, when I heard of it, it was nice to hear that we still had it, but it's been kind of a mythical item that we own, so. As soon as it was brought up, my idea was, hey, we're doing so much on that corner. I'd really like to see it, and then C4 could certainly use it in that location, but my vision, and it's mine alone, not the board's, is to have a place where the sledders can go, the parents can go and warm up, maybe have have a stove in there, maybe sell some hot chocolates and brownies, and then I since individually talked to a few people on the Mineral Belt Trail Committee, and the consensus is unofficially, maybe we'd be willing to use some of those substantial funds to create a base and figure out how to do that, so. I don't think I'm personally asking for Lake County to pitch in, because I know some people are averse to that, and I really think if we partnered up and had a grand vision for it, and now, you know, we were under the time constraints of C4 saying, please have a work session, and if you can't work it out, make a decision next week. And so that, I think, is why we pulled it together so quickly. So I'm thankful that they pulled out, because I really see it, down there. I envision it down there, at least, you know, we can all use it. The skiers, the sledders, the kid, you know, the ski club has their own building. Anybody can use it. Maybe we could rent it out, and maybe we could make some money off of it. So that's my vision. I don't have a plan. We haven't had a Mineral Belt Trail Board meeting, but that'll certainly be one of the topics we discuss. In that next meeting, we have about $135,000.
115.
115. That's in this account, and then we have a donations account that's held with the community fund, which is full donations, so. And I've asked Sandra for the specs on it, but I know most people build a deck, but maybe we could just pour a slab and set it on the slab and keep it cheap, because it is just temporary.
My personal thoughts is like very, very aligned with what you've just said. I see things starting to take shape, some great vision happening with Dutch Henry. And just as important as classroom space or educational opportunities, I think recreational opportunities for the youth, for kids to get outside and play hard and do things is super important. And I would like to see the yurt be an accessory to the newly straightened out tubing hill, in whatever capacity serves that function the best, whether it's the rental shop, whether it's hot cocoa and, you know, whatever, but I think having that yurt down there at the tubing hill where it's accessible to multiple user groups, whether it's CCMS or the skiers on the Mineral Belt or the tubing kids or whatever, you know, I think that's a great spot for it. I'd like to see it down there.
I'm super down. I wanna figure out how we do it. How do we do it? How much money will it cost to actually do the investment, and then what kind of capacity do we need to actually run it? And how reliable is our own funding to actually accomplish it so that it can be utilized consistently? So I'm super down with this idea, to be clear. I just don't think that we have currently the resources to do that, unless, of course, we have partners in the room who want to help with that. And I really wanted to hear from Duncan more about the tubing hill, remind us how that has been going. Obviously, this was a weird year, I'm not talking about this year, but the complications of hiring people, keeping people, hours of operation, etc. So I just wanna make sure we're actually having all of that conversation, cause there are a billion wonderful ideas that we could do, and I wanna be realistic about what's possible
Yeah.
and how much it costs.
I should have said on the outset, thanks you guys all for being here on short notice, cause you know, it was kind of, I'll spare you the details, but thanks for coming, so. Duncan, do you wanna start?
Yeah, okay, I'll give some context for our operation of Dutch Henry. So I've pulled some figures from 2022 through to this non-existent year. And it's mixed, right? So we don't count actual users.
Right.
Because if you are local and have your own tube, you're not actually counted. So we're only counting tube rentals. And there's a price differential between locals and non-locals, $5 to $10, but we don't differentiate that in our numbers of what that split is. So, an example, in 2022, we we had 230 users, and a revenue of around $2,000. That increased in 2023 to roughly 966.
966 users?
Yeah, so, well,
Rentals, can you just say rentals?
yeah.
Oh.
yeah.
2 rentals,
Yes.
okay.
Users might have been much higher, probably
Yeah.
more.
Right.
2024, they went up to 1,000.
Wait a second, what was the revenue in 23?
Sorry, 8,325. 2024, roughly 1,000 users, and 9,000 in revenue. 2025 was back down to 539.
Still not lower than the.
Yeah,
What were the hours of operation
so
difference?
we run it 32 days a season, so Saturday and Sunday effectively 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So it's reasonably limited.
Yeah.
And obviously in 25, 26, we didn't run it at all. So saying that, roughly a season is 192 hours.
What's that?
192 hours
Oh.
per season
Yeah.
of operation.
Was it open through the holidays? The Christmas, New Year's, 2 weeks?
I think it's fluctuated a little bit,
Yeah.
depending on staff as well. But yes, my understanding is we've reasonably run it from December through to February.
You're right.
How many total rentals do you have available?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head.
You mean like tube inventory?
Yeah. Yes, I'd have to look at that. So, yeah, we don't run it as a business.
Right.
Right.
At $5 a tube, it's pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Other models out there, I looked at Frisco, which is obviously a different setup to what
That's a
we've got.
business.
Yeah, it's run by the town,
Yeah.
right? And they charge per hour. And it's something like $35 per person
Mm-hmm.
per hour, including the tube. You can't bring your own. So we've got some room for movement. I've done some real rough figures around how much it would cost us to set up that unit. So we bought it for $43,000.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got to be included in whatever cost we look at.
So 30 by 30?
Yeah,
Yeah.
30 feet.
30 diameter.
30 feet diameter. So my rough estimation is that we're probably looking at somewhere between 2,500 to 5,000 for any permitting. We need to figure that out with CPD, what type of permit it needs, what sort of structural engineering stamp drawings it needs, any update to any sort of site plan. We would need to demolish the existing hut. It's a cost as well.
Yeah.
It's a
Burn it down.
shame.
We're almost pushing it.
Gotta light it.
Anyway.
It's a nice stress relief.
Yeah. The other thing we need to consider is we currently take electricity from the Cloud City Mountain Sports building.
Mhm.
Don't know if we actually pay for it. I don't think we do. Again, if we were to put a ute in, we probably want to put in either our own supply, so a new meter, new connection, there's a cost, depending on what is required and where we get it from. In terms of foundations, again, not sure about understanding exactly where, but any excavation that we'll have to do at the site down it. But again, to Matt's point, what concrete footings are we putting in? How far do they have to go? Do we build a deck to it? So a deck would be $7,000, depending on how big you make it.
Well, Matt said he'll do it all himself, so.
And
he wants to help, so there you go.
Is that unrecorded?
Then comes the fit out, alright? So what are we actually gonna use it for? If we're gonna operate the tubing hill from it needs probably a higher level of fit out than just a warming hut, alright? Because it will need electricity obviously to it, to power, point of sale and other things like that. The wood stove, again, do we put a wood stove in it? Do we put propane to it? So forced air, to keep it warm. How much is propane gonna cost us? Do we need a 500 gallon tank? Like starts to add up. And by my calculations, total cost, we're looking around about somewhere between 60 and 80,000. Depending on who does it, what the level of fit out is. So it's not free, is my point. And again, if we were going to operate it as a tubing business, effectively, what's the return? Over how many years are we expecting?
Right.
A payback, or will it ever pay itself back? And are we prepared to wear that cost? So that's some of my thoughts. And then there's, on top of that, annual operating costs, staff, heat, set up, take down if we need to, insurance. Developing a reserve so we can replace the fabric cover with it, because that's the bit that's going to fail the fastest in the current conditions. And then the other note I'll make is we need to be really careful around our snow forecasts and build some thinking around what happens if we continue to have below average years. What does that look like? Again, conservatively, I think we could, based on current sort of thing, we might make $8,000 a year if we kept exactly the same operation. Optimistically, we might double it. That's best case. But again, that's bringing in only 16,000 a year. How many years do we want to calculate in our payback?
Do those numbers include tracking out your costs for your staffing?
Yeah. But again, low level staff, paying people, I wouldn't say the minimum wage, but pretty close to it. Again, there's probably some flexibility in that. We would also have to examine, can you actually run it as a business just on weekends? Is there a market for a greater demand? Back of a napkin.
No, that's, I think that's all realistic, and thanks for popping that bubble. I think we can all breathe, I'm kidding. Yeah, there's certainly some challenges for sure. I mean, I really think that the numbers would at least double with a straightened hill. It's dangerous, it's no fun. I've gone up there with family, do it once and go, oh, okay. If I wanna ski the rest of the year, I don't wanna go over the embankment and roll into the creek, so I'm done. So I could see that being a real, so say we double the revenue to 20,000, then we're looking at a 4 or 5 year return on investment. Say we rent it out or let C4 use it, then there's benefits to it that aren't monetary, but they help the community in a way that you can't monetize, so.
I think minor, low-hanging fruit type of concessions there, like snacks, bagged chips, candy and stuff. I don't know how you pull off hot cocoa without some serious power supply, or whether that would pencil out, but things of that nature might help boost the revenues a little bit.
I mean, you need power supply for point of sale.
Yeah.
No matter what.
Right, refrigeration.
1,500 watts, you're good. Small generator.
Something to keep it, Yeah, I mean, that's kind of something I was thinking, like how, they make generators pretty quiet these days, like you know.
Do you have power? You think you have to demo the other structure first? You know, I was nervous about that.
I mean, eventually we will need to, I don't think that's happening right away.
Just the brown shed, right? You guys
Yeah.
aren't talking about the CCMS building.
No, CCMS building, I think is fine, stays for a long time, they just remodeled it.
That's like historic too,
And the power works over there if you get the right breaker unders.
I mean, one of the options is, it doesn't solve the yurt thing in this moment, but giving ourselves a year with our current setup to continue renting with the straightened out, like to continue using the shed with our straightened out situation. Maybe even there's room to expand to Fridays, since Fridays the kids are off school, people are up here every weekend. I don't know, maybe there's just opportunity to see what the market does with this new thing before we invest in the
Yeah.
setup of the yurt.
A portable lighting system, get us into like 7 o'clock at night, something for kids to do after school,
Well,
that'd be pretty wild.
what if it was a hybrid? We pour a slab, we put the yurt and the stove in there, no electricity, it's only run during the day, and see how that goes. So, you guys,
Who uses it? Who uses the yurt?
I don't know, anybody who wants to, I don't know, I guess who tends the fire, who buys the firewood? What's it really used for, so,
Who's there?
I'm not, I don't, this is a moving target, so.
I know, I'm just asking.
I
I'm
think we'd
not,
have some
I have
kind
no
of
agenda,
I have
I'm
no
asking.
idea.
community
No idea.
spreadsheet or something through the rec department that would determine scheduling of who, you know, here's a Cloud City Mountain Sports group that wants access to it while their kids are using the hill to warm up, cause I don't think the Cloud City buildings will eat it.
It is.
It is? Oh, okay,
Yeah, I don't think Cloud City would use it.
okay,
I mean, I no longer represent Cloud City.
right. But they're all set with their, I
But
didn't
they-
think their
yeah.
building was heated, so.
No, well, they broke their furnace this year.
Okay.
And when I was the coach, I would always turn the heat off so kids would ski, but they do have heat.
Okay.
That being said, it's not a super inviting place for kids to put their booth, it's mostly a waxing.
No, I think for Cloud City's purposes, it's fine.
Okay.
All the Nordic kids keep all their Nordic stuff in there,
Yeah.
and we have benches and they have waxing and stuff.
Mhm.
So for getting dressed and undressed, I think it's adequate.
Yeah.
I don't imagine Cloud City kids would use a different facility.
They don't sell chips, candy and hot cocoa
They
in
do
there.
not, and I think you'd have to talk to the coaches if they want them doing that
Yeah.
during training.
And we have
Makes them
mountain
go so
bike in there
fast.
in the summer, so then you have to talk to the mountain bike coaches too.
Right.
Yeah.
I think Cloud City's fine for now with their facility, I mean, I think of course they'd eventually like a new facility, but I wouldn't worry too much about them
Okay,
for now.
okay.
Well, we know C4 wouldn't use it. So who, I'm honestly asking, like who would be the user of this building?
I don't know, I guess I envisioned it mostly Tubing Hill
Yeah.
folks as a concession, but it's also open to anybody.
Warming hut or
The
something.
fat biker, anybody who wants to go in there and get warm and have a cup of coffee.
There are other events that happen right there at the base of that hill too, you know, like with races and things
One or
that,
two.
yeah, that might, I feel like we explore more options, you know, more options would present themselves, sort of like, if you build it, they will come, kind of, you know, like whether it's,
Just has to stay pretty far to the left, so it's not.
you know, like,
Yeah.
birthday parties or thing, you know, there could be things we can't think of in this room in this moment that might pop up.
I agree, and if we were running a business, I agree.
Yeah.
I can think of a lot of creative ways we could use the space, but as a government running it versus like a business, like we're not a business, we don't have a whole lot of creative flexibility. So
No, it's not gonna pencil out, it's unless, you know, that Tubing Hill just takes off, or we get a, you know, some.
I mean, I mean, I think that the college would be very interested in running Tubing Hill eventually,
Right.
Yeah.
right? And I think a yurt in the mix would be useful,
Mhm.
like for sure. I think for next year, that's where I'm a little stuck, is like, I don't know if for next year I could really see it unless Duncan's team is able to operate it using high school kids like they always have. And using that to kind of run the tubing, and then it's open, it's warm, Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. and we just stick with the model we've been using and do it that way for another year.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's like a pretty affordable way to put it there for just a year, knowing that like, we probably wanna think long-term, like what the location should be. I mean, obviously the straightening is gonna have implications for Josh's land,
Right.
and like what parts of the Josh's land does the county wanna work with Josh on? Cause there's the ideal place for it would probably be on the other side of the creek.
The
We're
parking
kind of
lot
jammed
side.
up on the current Dutch side of the creek.
Yeah.
And so that would be on Josh's land as currently it sits.
Yeah.
Right.
And so I think the yurt's great, so I think it's great to have it at Dutch. I just don't know if we're quite ready to put it somewhere next year and figure out all the operational pieces. The tubing hill becomes pretty lucrative to operate without a surface lift.
Right.
Without a
We talked
surface
about
lift, it's just a cost.
With a place for
Which is like a
people,
5-year plan, right?
I would love the county to consider applying to GoCo for a surface lift as early as next fall.
Really? Not this coming fall? Next fall?
Like October,
This coming
fall
fall?
is the next.
whatever the GoCo cycles are, I don't know the GoCo, you would know that. But I think from my latest conversation with the GoCo folks, they would be really interested in giving money to Lake County that helped us support our ongoing recreation versus like just costs.
Operations,
And, and they won't fund operations anymore.
Right.
But I think they'd be pretty interested in something like that. So 400,000 for a surface lift. Then whether the county operates it or CMC operates it, I think is a conversation, but I think someone would benefit from operating it with a surface lift. No surface lift, it's a cost. And it's not, you're not gonna make much money.
Yeah,
Expensive.
and I think we can close that gap up if we do look at, if there's a place for people to get warmed up again, we can move to $5 an hour. Or consider that, instead of just, most people don't stay much longer than an hour anyway, but you might boost numbers that way. I think between concessions and some different structuring.
It comes down to the operational model, right? So a lot of places that I've seen aren't free, even if you bring your own tube. It's still a cost. So we could investigate that might be a little bit of community angst. But and again, I don't know off the top of my head the difference between how many people are bringing their own tube versus how many are renting from us. What our operational risk is for bringing people who bring their own tube, right? That's another conversation that I need to have, versus something that we rent them, right? So I think there's a model here. I just don't know if we're ready to move forward with it. And I've looked at the unit, it's still serviceable from what my lay eye can tell me, but you're not gonna know until you put it up.
Thank you so much for doing that.
You've pulled the cover off and taken a look at it?
Yeah.
It's not Swiss cheese full of mouse holes or anything?
It looks okay, right?
Okay.
I'm not a trained eye.
Gotcha.
Where was it sitting?
It's a year under about 3 tarps. So,
It's better than not being under 3 tarps.
Yeah.
Well, the snow making situation gets a lot easier with it straight.
Yeah.
So we only need probably 30,000 gallons probably does it with it straight. Cause it's the curve that just kills us.
Yeah.
Does the recent changes to Parkville's pricing structure affect what it's gonna cost to?
Josh. Bobblehead back there.
Oh, jeez.
We have a call,
It's hot.
we have a call in Bryce. I mean, we're still continuing to explore commercial well, cause using treated water to make snow just doesn't feel like the right move.
Yeah, you don't need potable water for.
We do not, we want unpotable water.
Yeah.
The more particulate matter, the better snow it makes.
Oh,
That makes sense.
interesting. Soft.
More minerals. Well, I guess luckily we don't have to figure this out in the next hour, but Josh, what do you think about all this? And it didn't occur to me that it would probably be on your property. That certainly complicates things.
Well, I don't know about the yurt would be, but the end of the runway certainly would be.
Definitely the end
Foot
of
traffic.
the tubing hill would.
Yeah.
And then I do think Ben's probably right, based on the land layout, the best place is probably on the other side of the creek.
Yeah.
I don't think it's anything the board's gonna balk at.
I do think we need to get this in front of them. I know I'm still waiting on an updated set of drawings that kind of show the anticipated land usage so that they can make a formal vote to allow it. But they seemed open to it in brief discussions. A question I do have about like running the yurt more as like a business where you have potentially more people and concessions, does that trigger any additional requirements? Like with the building department, are you gonna have like bathroom facilities at that point?
That's a great question.
Or like hand washing stations and stuff?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, probably hand washing stations if we're doing any food.
I would think so.
Yeah.
Even if you're just selling a Snickers bar, they may not matter, they may still require something like that, so you may need water.
How many bathrooms you got in your building?
I've got one.
I'm just trying to.
That's the long-term thought.
I know, right?
We're on the same page. A much more basic version of what like Cooper has at the top of the double.
Yeah. We currently obviously put in porta potties.
Yeah,
Right.
there's
Not
porta
ideal
potties
solution,
there.
but-
We currently do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally, yeah. It's not ideal, but.
The problem is your hand washing station, so it's really hard to.
Well, I think as you start building things, you might have bathroom requirements that come online.
Yeah, with actual buildings.
Yeah.
I think the yurt's just a temporary solution for this grand vision that we have. What do you think, Tim? Are you here as, which hat do you have?
The black one,
Okay,
EDC,
okay.
is there, what were you gonna ask?
What do you think about all this? Just general overview, high level.
High level, who's got the insurance right now? You got the insurance and what does it cover at this point?
We have insurance.
Yeah.
It covers all of our properties
Yeah.
and our operations.
Have to investigate a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd be curious what that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking the long-term plan of Dutch, it's a nice little segue. I mean, ultimately, I think your building is a better segue.
I know.
I think it's timing too, right? Like, where does that fit in the timeline of when you actually put it up along with the grant cycle, along with, I think you can, 60 to 80 doesn't seem off to me, either, Duncan, in terms of what you need to do to get all the things in. By the time you spend $80,000, I just get curious about the timeline. I think ultimately the hub of that area has huge future implications around economic development, 100%. And I can also see a package in there at some point, right? Or whoever's running the tubing mill with the ski area ops component, you have a package pricing that will change that dramatically. So the lift seems really important to me. Like having the lift in place,
The carpet lift.
the carpet lift
Yeah.
in place seems really important to, then your return on your finances is much quicker and much more realistic and sustainable. So then back to Ben's point, what do y'all think about getting behind that piece with GoCo and that component?
The lift?
And
Yeah,
the funding
I mean,
components.
I think we really gotta ask, what asks are we already asking of GoCo? Out of that, would we be competing with ourselves? And then what is the priority and what is our funder interested in funding? Like, we're nowhere near making a decision about going after that. I don't have any information about our GoCo grants. Well, Generation Wild, like, would this be a GoCo or would this be a Generation Wild? And then like, which initiatives would we wanna prioritize? So we
I think that's
need all that information before we can possibly know.
It'd be a capital for GoCo
That makes sense.
with generational wilds operational.
Right.
continuing.
But would that be
Different bucket.
different bucket, but same request from the same fund, like same
Yeah.
requester from the same funder?
Yep.
And I'd wanna know from our funder, how would that impact our likelihood of either one of them?
Yeah.
Like we held that conversation with Max Hanson, because we started to have a bunch of folks wanting to go after similar congressional spins, right? And just having that information is really valuable to know
Yeah.
if it's impeding you. I think the other side of that, to me, in my mind, I start to think, if we don't know exactly where it goes, can you really put $60,000 to $80,000 into a place for it to live? And what is the bigger vision of what we wanna accomplish here, which really seems to me where I'd hate to do something halfway and not see it be productive in our community to go, see, whatever, I think this piece of really getting community buy-in is important too as we look to the future of all kinds of things, taxing and different pieces that we're talking about as well, so having the plan together feels really important to kind of what you're saying.
I agree.
There's also, I'm really curious, like the full development of that 4-parcel site, which I'm fully on board with, like the lift, how much of that would or would not impact the wetlands there that we just took a year to figure out with the Army Corps of Engineers how to do it, and then if it wouldn't, that's okay, but it also makes sense to me developmentally to put the yurt on the north side of the stream. So then, but then you have to go all the way around, so are we creating a little walking bridge? And then we have to go back to the Army Corps again. So all of that to say, I'm still totally on board. I cannot wait to see this fully actualized. And when it comes to the yurt, this, even if we're moving at the blazing speed of what I do think that we're capable of, given all the other things that have to fall into place and all the unknowns, I don't see us being able to accomplish this with the lift in less than 2 years. Like, I think it's more like 3 years conservatively. So that's it's 3 years that potentially we're not using this yurt. Like 3 more years that we're potentially not using this yurt. So kind of, in my mind, I wanna separate the yurt a little bit out from the Dutch Henry. I see its value there, but I don't think that we'll be ready to plug the yurt in to this whole idea for still a few more years.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. It's probably true. I mean, it's great to have the vision and the plan, but the money is another thing. The only piece that makes it work is the tubing. If we're willing to commit that yurt for tubing. But there was a lot of things I didn't consider, the electric, sanitation, all that stuff, so.
And its location ultimately, like to put in a structure for it to exist on, it's a deck or a pad, one of the two.
But, yeah.
And to do that prematurely on one side when it really belongs on the other side would be challenging.
Yeah. And it ultimately is a temporary 10-year, I don't know how long it lasts, it's just canvas.
They're surprisingly, I mean,
Yeah.
particularly if you keep it heated, you keep it shed,
Yeah.
they're surprising.
And I guess that's another point, right? Like, we've got a number of assets which are degraded.
You got a number of what?
Assets, which are degraded. Are we actually in a position to build something new and look after it?
I just look at how they run the Tennessee Pass Cookhouse. They don't rake snow off of that. That thing sat there has been easily over 20 years at this point with like no maintenance.
Well, there's some maintenance, and they do have heat
I
run.
like no maintenance, like they do the bare basics of kind of keeping it up. There's pretty wobbly, loose wooden steps and I think they're pretty resilient as far as the structure.
That's what you're getting at.
I think this would be a great intermediate, something to build the foundation on what happens next and get interest, get public buy-in, get people showing up at least to the space, know it's somewhere they can have fun, and then that might help us get more attention and more help for what comes next. If we're showing some improvement in steps,
Josh, do you have a sense, anything ballpark-wise of your timeline?
On gaining approval? Not at the moment, probably 2 months at least. I think it could happen fairly quickly. And I'm still waiting on the architectural plans for relocating the office down to the wastewater treatment plant. I should have that in the next 2 weeks, but that's again just an early preliminary. I'm gonna need to send that out to bid. And then we gotta finalize the financing portion, because we can pay for some of it, but we're gonna have to finance a portion as well. And so I've been talking to our bond counsel about that, just to see what options are there.
Your earliest move would be 2 years out?
Probably. I mean, I think it'd be nice if we could start this next year, but I don't know if we can get everything ready in time.
I think this is one of those really beautiful examples of thinking about all the different parts and pieces and not prematurely moving, but collectively, what is our strategy? And if that's part of the strategy, then what does that open up for Dutch Henry? And if you put a deck or a concrete pad somewhere else in there, does it fit with the flow of where you're trying to go? And is there a planning succession here that we can take that would get us to the ideal situation? And before you know it, we're 2 years down the path and it's so much faster than it seems. Like part of where I go is, let's do this right, and let's really set up you and CMC for the win, unless you see a really optimal place to put it to go.
Like, if we poured a pad, could we put the lines underneath of it to make that where the fire pit would be in the future? You know, like where the stonework and the gathering space and propane.
Yeah, I think a little bit to Elsa's point, like, I'm all in, yes, and I'm not sure we're totally there yet. Right, I'd wanna contact Spencer Stanek or SE Group or someone who really knows how to plan, ski area bases to help us. Spencer's drawings for us are quite a bit out of date now, because the 150 feet of a culvert is new.
Right.
Right, and so the 150 feet of culvert changes everything. Like, that changes the whole flow of the whole thing, where we can do beginner skiing, where we can do tubing,
It answers your
where
question.
parking's gonna go. I think all of that, so I think it's either probably SE Group or Spencer, and hopefully enough of them live in town that they donate some of their thinking to us. But if we could get their eyes on it, then I'd feel a little better for saying that it could eventually be something, but I don't feel like I'm qualified to say that. I think that I'm still a little curious when Mike actually puts the culvert in, where those 150 feet end up.
Me
So
too.
we have 150 feet to play with, and it needs to fit 2 lanes of tubing, and probably
A walkway.
and probably a walkway, and potentially wherever the surface, the carpet would go in, has to all fit in 150 feet, and a tubing lane's about a cat wide,
It's about what way?
a snow cat wide, so you can call it 16 feet. So I think that's all really exciting, and I think that the yurt probably does play a role somewhere.
Yeah.
But I do think we have a lot to figure out, and I still gotta put phase 1 in, right, which is
Right.
the lift.
Right.
And we're still trying to get that done this fall,
Right.
and there's like 6 things that could happen that could push that off a year.
Yeah.
So that's what kind of, I'm excited about it when you reached out, I think it's exciting.
Yeah.
To put a yurt somewhere, I just don't know that I even know where to put it right away.
And that would be my concern, is that we have short-term thinking and put it in, and then we're gonna tear it out
Same.
5 years down the track, because it's actually in.
Well, we wouldn't tear it out, we would disassemble it.
Well, the concrete pad, the electricity, or whatever.
I guess the one wondering I have, Duncan, for your team is, right now, the operating out of that little building is tough for your team. So I do wonder, like, is there a temporary yurt location just to help you, like, rent the tubes out? And have the high school kids rent the tubes out? I mean, that building is pretty challenging to operate out of, and they have all the tubes in there, and some high school kid, and they gotta stick them all in there at night, and they don't really fit, so that is the one thing I do wonder, is like, does the yurt help you you just stick it right next to your building to keep the tubes inside?
Yeah, but again, there's still an upfront cost, right?
Yeah, there'd be something, but your current tube situation's pretty tough.
Oh, totally, yeah.
Well, it doesn't have to be solved with a yurt. A yurt is a pretty significant temporary solution to that.
The shipping container would be
Yeah.
much easier.
Sure, yeah.
And it's $4,000 versus.
Whatever, the point is that a yurt is significant, and then also, to everybody's making, I think that points that I agree with, but ultimately, this will have to be like phased out, and we don't wanna have to move the yurt. I don't wanna have to move the yurt, and I'm honestly curious, like, when we straighten out the hill, I really do believe that rentals will go up, and if the rec departments need some sort of solution for housing the tubes so that that building that we do have could be more effective. I'm happy to talk about that too, but I think that there are cheaper solutions to solve that than the yurt
And more
being
secure.
that solution.
Yeah.
And then that will help us also collect all the information that we need to understand some of the market that will help us know what we're investing and how we're investing it and when we're investing it, and then also how the rec department will need to grow. Just 'cause it's not just the capital investment, it's also our capacity investment. And if it's not the rec department, is it CMC, blah, blah. The point is, I think that the yurt feels like a big Band-Aid.
Josh, obviously you're gonna sell the property once you leave, so, I mean, who are we thinking is gonna buy that? Is it us or CMC or?
That I do not know.
Yeah,
Maybe a part of a bigger project, but.
Oh Lord, that's a huge question, that's a good question. That's a good
CMC is
question,
not
Matt.
playing by
thank
that.
you. Gosh, one good one today.
Sticker. Sticker on the
That's
sticker
a
chart.
sticker, yeah.
You know those little cement blocks that they put under the footing and stuff?
Mhm.
Is it possible to build a deck in like 3 sections that would be on things like that you could move at a later date? If you could put a foundation that could move with the yurt, I would imagine, if it wasn't too, so then you can put it
I will
on.
just say this, like literally, we're looking at 2 40-foot containers that are high cubes, they're 5,000 a piece to get them delivered here.
Mhm.
We need very little to deal with that, it's a much more secure space.
Yeah.
Like, the yurt problem that I have is, what are you gonna store in there? And how are you gonna keep it safe? That's not as easy to manage and maintain as well, so just things to think about, like, it's right on 24, there's just a lot of layers to all those pieces that I think are also worth thinking about.
Yeah, definitely.
Can your building move?
It looks like an
I'm
old
s- It doesn't look that
ski
big.
shed,
It
looks
looks
like
like
an old ski shed.
I'm sure you can move it, and whether you can keep it in one piece.
Reassemble it.
Yeah, when it's staying
As soon
together.
as we pick it up, what it falls.
Yeah, how rotten are the joints? The difference that I visualize between the shipping containers and the yurt is that, you know, I look at, like, I haven't taught, coach snowboard groups and, you know, it's dumping snow and bring the kids inside, let them get warmed up for a little bit between laps. I think of that same kind of thing for tubing kids.
Aesthetically, it's-
And yeah, and they're not gonna warm up inside a shipping container, but they could do something like that in the yurt and it might keep them out playing
why
longer.
can't they warm up in a shipping container?
You can get
I'll
some
be honest, the office ones that we
Yeah.
have for our construction crews are not bad.
Yeah,
Mhm.
And you could definitely size
I
one.
think the office ones cost a little bit different than that.
Still cheaper than
It
building.
was
Depends
probably
on who you have
companies selling
retrofitted,
these
if you have them retrofit it, yes, but you can retrofit it yourself for next to nothing.
Put siding on, it was just like a building.
And you have the community do a mural, super fun.
Well, it's not next to nothing, it's pretty you have to have a welder cut
Charlie would be happy to help you.
doors and windows. So I'm just thinking about your corner there and its value, it's well over $1 million with the building and the land.
I would guess, but I don't know.
That
That's
figures
actually-
into your new build,
Yes,
you'll use that as collateral or as a value, so.
we either sell it or we borrow against it.
Well, shoot, dang,
But,
it's complicated.
yeah, the board, when we talked about like just outright selling the land, they weren't opposed to the idea of holding on to it.
Hmm.
So maybe there's another option there, maybe it's like long-term leasing, you know, it
Yeah.
still generates revenue, it's equitable, at some point someone's gonna have to buy it, but when it comes from an insurance perspective, how easily is it to insure on land that you don't own? So,
We do it all the time.
so it's possible.
Yeah.
Do you guys own both of those northern parcels? That's right, okay,
And the county and the club currently have an easement.
that makes sense.
The club has gone as far as made a proposal to the college to donate the land to the college,
Okay,
the club's
right.
section. And the college board, our board of trustees has gone through one reading of that proposal.
Okay.
The club has a lot of expectations of what the college will do for the club in exchange for the land, all of which are actually fine, we're gonna say this too. It's really more more about it, like how do you do it, like is it
Yeah.
like a deed restriction or like exactly what is it, so.
An
By the
MOU.
time we get to our June meeting, I believe that the college will accept the club's donation with the club's contingencies. Then the easement that's currently shared between the BOCC and the club will then go to the college. And that allows us to drive through sewer and sanitation's land and park all over the place.
Mhm.
Cause most of us actually park on their land, the
Yeah.
line with the club, like
Yeah.
most people's cars are actually half on sewer and sanitation land.
Yeah, I see that. Well, it's fun to talk about. It's just that little money thing, it's all,
I know, damn it.
I'm the dreamer of the group. You're the realist.
Wow.
I think given time, this actually is one of those rare things that will be okay on a funding perspective.
Yeah.
I just think it might take us a little while to get there.
Me too.
Like we kind of have to do each thing and do it well and do it correctly. There is money to be made in tubing, it's one of the rare things in the mountains that does pay for itself.
Yeah.
But I think we just have to kind of like get there slowly, and I think it'll work. And I think that Europe probably has a role to play at some point.
I guess that's what I wanna, like what we did put this time aside for, was to talk about the year.
Yeah.
And I agree that Europe can absolutely have a role here, I think it would aesthetically work. And maybe someday when we've made millions of dollars off of tubing, we can actually build some sort of building.
Base area, yeah.
But at the same time, like I said last week, I don't wanna be the BOCC who held on to this thing even longer, hoping that we would get to this point, and then we don't. But right now, it's been sitting there for years. Based on what we've talked about today, it will continue to sit there for years. And is there a thing we could do?
No, I thought that's why we called this emergency work session, because
Right.
it wouldn't be fair to them to say, nah, we're just gonna keep it in storage, and we know you guys have grants and you're ready to use it, but it's ours, and I've loaned out tools before and I've never seen them again, so we're just gonna hang on to it, so I agree. I think if this doesn't work and this, just yet, maybe we could ask them, give us a better offer. Do you wanna just buy it from us? Or
Or lease to own?
at least own?
Exactly. You see some kind of,
Why can't it be on gravel?
it can
And
be,
just
it
like,
can,
like, you're just trying to buffer temperature and you don't need it to be completely airtight. You're gonna waste a little bit more on the heat, but
depends on your application.
Yeah.
I mean, C4 has already put a little bit of energy into some of those pieces, pulling some dollars together.
It still comes down to money though, like how much money do we wanna dedicate to that this year or next year? Or the following year, depending on how the phase
Are you
approaches.
saying put gravel over the chimney, is that what you're saying?
the gravel under the earth, the gravel pit.
Yeah.
Put the gravel, you're gonna put at the gravel pit now?
No, like put 3/4 inch washed rock down there.
Do you guys have tubes somewhere else, Duncan, that aren't there, or are all your tubes fit that little bit?
No, sure, we've got
Somewhere else.
Yeah.
And then you guys keep them outside too, in the back behind that fence area?
That can't be good.
Yeah.
That's gonna leave
Yeah,
it.
we're constantly
They're-
replacing.
they're in the-
You're constantly replacing,
Just
yeah.
to say that,
Yeah.
right? So, again, the other thing I would say is I'd love to find another location to store the indoors.
Sure.
So it's not exposed to the weather, right? But we'll have to think about that and what the cost that comes out.
Well, it'd be nice to know what your inventory is too, because your inventory is gonna limit your number of rentals once you
Yeah.
straighten it out, so
Yeah.
that's another dollar amount of investment potentially.
And again, we need to build a proper business case.
Mhm.
What it looks like, how we operate it.
I think this upcoming winter will help us inform the next decisions based on the straightened hill, what kind of changes we see with just still using the old shed and trying to,
Keep up with demand.
yeah.
Well, maybe start keeping some data, like how many days did we sell out
Yeah.
and didn't have enough tubes, and we could have rented more tubes. Maybe there is a clicker people can use, how many people came with their own tubes?
Yeah.
Maybe you change it to per hour.
Or, yeah, or do,
Or half
do
day
people come with their own
tubes.
tubes have to pay $2?
Yeah.
Well, and that's gonna be very hard to police if you don't have uphill transportation.
Yep.
Right, cause it's really hard to kind of police the space, but if you're able to say, you can't get on this uphill transportation device without it.
Especially because now the shed is like that much further away.
Yeah.
From a straight and downhill.
Yeah, and your typical like high school 14-year-old's probably not gonna be like, hey, guy from Texas with your family, you can't be here.
Hey, they will stop families from coming into the movie theater with candy, so if they can do that, then they will.
Damn it.
We got busted on Friday. My wife was like, no high school kid's gonna
But I
stop
do
me.
think a lot of data collection would be really, I'd be really curious
So
about,
get here to do it.
you know, I mean, I can tell you that it is almost daily that we get called down to Dutch Henry to get people off of Dutch Henry with their sleds and tubes, even though it's clearly marked that they shouldn't be there. So there is a demand
Yeah.
for it, especially this year since the tubing hill wasn't operating.
Yeah.
But I'd be really curious just to kind of track it, and then the lighting obviously is a total game changer, right? And I think we've heard a lot recently about third spaces in town.
Yeah.
And so high school kids will go tube and they won't tube if there's a place to hang out.
But they can run the joint for us.
Yeah.
Get good use of their time.
So I mean, I do think there's real potential there, but I do like, I just think it's like, there's probably several phases to it, and the power situation right now is completely fine. I know the club cares that the county, you know, is using the power from the club. But eventually that will need to be sorted and needed.
For one little like swinging light bulb in that shed.
Or like a handful of Christmas lights.
Yeah. They're LED.
What's, a question, what's our timeline to straighten out that? What's marked?
This summer.
Is it this summer?
Yeah, starting now.
I sent my
40,000 by the summer.
weekly email to Michael to bother him again.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Wonder if we need to put some pressure on Michael, make that happen, because it's, summer's almost over.
Summer's almost over, is that what you just said? Yay!
He was anticipating sometime in May, so, you know, probably a little bit behind, but to do the actual culvert piece, and then last we talked, I think Ben had staff that would do the
Students.
the dirt work, yeah.
This is a student appropriate project, it's pretty
Yeah.
simple. Once the culverts are in, Michael obviously has to do that with the
Yeah.
engineers and stuff. But once that's done, we feel pretty comfortable, we can take out the curb, and we can push the dirt across.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see, since we only have 150 feet of that donated culvert, if we could, what the price is to get another 150.
I think we're only approved for 150 feet of culvert.
Okay.
It'll take us another year to get more approval.
And I don't think I think it's okay to have a little creek flowing through there, I think it's gonna eventually be kind of nice to have some.
Be
creek.
very
It'd
cool.
be charming.
Yeah,
Mhm.
so I think we feel, like my ski area professors feel pretty good about 150 feet.
Nice, great.
Like they feel like that's a really workable amount of space for tubing,
Yeah.
maybe a surface lift, maybe a walking lane, maybe some beginner stuff, like, they felt like it was a good amount.
Awesome.
So that'll go on to the Sam's property then, once it's straight?
No, it's still on ours.
No, it'll go
Oh.
on there, so.
Sorry, I meant the,
So that'll be
Culvert.
ironed out too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, the culvert's actually, it is, it's on our land.
The culvert's on your land, but the tubers will go on to sewer and sand land.
They're
to slow
gonna
down.
go up into that, yeah.
well, we could just put big water
Hay bales.
Yeah.
Hay bales and a couple of shipping containers, is it a hard stop?
Yes,
We
exactly.
can
There's some bumper padding on the side.
we can reverse grade with dirt or snow.
Trying to get a prioritization idea for next steps, would we need an updated site plan before we even think about and checking with GoCo about anything? That would be.
I would think so, and I think that the culvert, I don't think we need, I think the engineers are gonna tell us where the culvert goes. So I don't think that's like something we need to like get in and imagine where the culvert should go, like they're gonna tell us, this is your 150 feet, and then from there, I think we site
Right,
plan.
yeah,
Like, we don't need to have Spencer draw us a beautiful picture of where the culvert goes, like Michael puts it where it goes, and then we go from there.
But I think on our end, we should be working with staff to figure out if there would be any pitfalls to checking in with GoCo about, not that we're going to, but like, hey, if we were to do this, would this step on the toes of any other projects? That's kind of like first on our end of what I think needs to happen. Then next, it's sort of visualizing where things might make sense, where stuff could be that might end up being repurposed for something else in the future in the ultimate dream, and then coming up, maybe trying to zero in on a site plan that fits everybody's vision a little bit.
Yeah, and the subsequent agreements between the entities, as well as what Josh needs for his move out.
But going back to the yurt though, if we do, let C4 use it, and we decide that next year would be a really good year to get the yurt set up, then they have put 60 to 80K into it, and then we snatch it out from under them, so.
And that's part of what Emily wanted to avoid, and was that the idea that in the next year or even two, we'd be like, we want this thing back. So, alluding to what we had a conversation in this room about earlier, is that even if it's gonna take longer than we'd hope or that I would like to see, I still don't wanna be the person that doesn't get something started. So taking the first steps and, coming up with a plan and saying, this could get set up as soon as for next season, not this next coming up season for 27, 28. At the very earliest, in my head, I was like, maybe we can get it up this year, but that's probably
So you're
realistic.
saying that you'd rather us hold on to it?
Yeah, cause I don't want it, sometimes things fall in line, and then if that was the case and we didn't have it, or somebody else was using it, and we're like, actually, we're gonna need this sooner than we thought, that would suck. So, what's different, sorry, I don't mean to, I'll just put up my point up, is that, what's different than what we came into is that there was no plan at all. There was nothing even started. So I don't wanna be the group that doesn't even have anything started, and the thing's just gonna sit there for more years, I think we're already taking steps to come up with ideas and viable avenues for the use of this.
So that's very different than what Elsa said, which is a 3 or 4 year storage scenario.
I think, Andy, some of the constraints won't be solved in 2 years, like sanitation's land. Like, we would probably put it on sanitation's land, but they might be selling it. In which case we would have to move, I don't think we're gonna spend $1 million on buying that piece of property.
No, but.
So how does that get solved?
Is there a solid concrete reasons it doesn't go up where the current shed is for tubing right now?
That's what I was gonna say.
Well, isn't that what we're gonna do, beginner skiing and stuff?
I think there's a world, yes, I think there's a world too where the EDC would definitely jump in to try to figure out who buys that land and figure out what's our grander prioritization, and do we wanna find somebody that is a partner with that helps us build a greater vision around that property, that ties in well with what CMC's doing and partners well with that, which we've had loose conversations around, but I think that's just a bigger way to go, bigger conversation. But I think to Elsa's point, right, it's like, we've got steps and hoops we gotta think about, and if that's the direction we'd like to go, I think the EDC would definitely be on board to look at and go after and see how we can support, and in tandem with when Josh is actually ready to move.
So Tamara, am I hearing you say that the EDC would be kind of a rep to see who could be the private partner in this private-public partnership that would create a base ops? That makes a lot of sense. That makes perfect sense. In which case, the yurt, would the yurt even be part of that, or would that
Well, that's
be-
why I kinda looked at Josh and said, how long until you wanna be out of it?
Right,
Because,
yeah.
The timeline, if we're taking a 2-year timeline just to kind of see what the next steps are, 2 years to try to secure who that partner is realistic.
Okay.
And it's realistic to, I think, look at the bigger plan altogether and have a work session around what all are we wanting out there? Because I've got some ideas, the EDC has some ideas, I'm sure you guys have some ideas, and what does that look like as a central hub to everything?
In which case, to me, that even makes less sense that we would spend any county dollars setting up what would be a temporary ops that in potentially 5 years would look really different, that we wouldn't even be running it.
No, I think the idea was mostly for the tubing, the comfort.
The
of
temporary kind of
Temporary,
Right.
stopgap right now.
the tubers, the hill's gonna be great this year, it's gonna have snowmaking. You know, people end up sitting in their cars and running their heater while the kids continue to sled and I don't know. So I guess that's a different way of looking at what you're saying, like, let's put it in one place and it's gonna sit there for 40 years. I don't know, I've never put up a yurt before, they seem like a big old tent to me, put it in gravel. But to me, the piece was pretty much for the tubing hill with the other stuff using around it. The skiers could use it if it was open, they'd be welcome to put their boots on and meet their friends and wait for their partners to finish skiing, so I guess that's the difference of what I was thinking and what you're thinking of these 2 and 4 year plans.
Yeah, and I think when we look at the idea that it could take 3 or more years for something solid to gain traction over there, that almost makes me think like, well, then we do need to put this yurt up right where the little shed is now, because it gives us something to expand into in the meantime. It's like the segue. You know, and I mean, like Josh said, with gravel, I mean, that would work, or maybe you could build a low deck that can be disassembled and moved over somewhere else later. I mean, the TPC yurts are on wood, and I mean.
I wonder if it's worth breaking and having some kind of assigned homework tasks, which is like, what does it look like to actually put there? What is the real cost of that? What are the temporary mobile ways that we could land that yurt on something?
Yeah.
And come back with, you know, whether it's Duncan, we can jump in and help a little bit as well, getting together a little bit more info. And then, what do you think?
No, I mean, I kind of agree, like, I think I agree that also that we should not put any money into it, but I wonder if there's a way to not put any money into it and still enhance the current tubing operation that we currently have. 'Cause we're gonna have that for a while, right? So even if we thought about putting in some kind of code of GoCo in the next year, it's gonna take a while, and then I'm learning that putting in a lift is hard. And requires, you know, a lot of different steps. And so I think that we are several years out, and so if the current tubing operation could be significantly enhanced with a very little invested in yurt, I think that's something worth you all thinking about. I agree that I would not put hardly any money into it. 80,000 to bring in power, build a foundation, I would not wanna consider all that. But if it's just like a better way to get your tubes rented, and it's gonna just kind of almost serve like a big tent, I think that's probably a reasonable thing for the next 2 or 3 years while we try to figure out what we're really doing there.
Couple propane heaters and a generator or a solar panel or something to run
Or a proper
pad.
wood stove, you know, and if we did gravel, we could do some kind of temporary mat, and then maybe the Mineral Belt Trail Committee could donate the money for the stove.
I mean, the stove makes me nervous if you have high school kids, like, are they, I mean, I got firewood for you.
Yeah.
We have firewood on campus, you're welcome to it.
But in a tinderbox year, it's harder not to think about.
Yeah, so I don't know,
I mean, no matter what, we have to put money towards it, whether it's like
Some.
staff time. Staff time, like we've got so much to do.
That's true.
So like, not putting dollars towards it, which we would have to put some dollars towards it. And I think that that's still an important conversation for us to have, even if it's $5,000, like, that is $5,000 we're not spending somewhere else, and we have to earnestly have that conversation. That's our job. And then also understanding the staff impact, because if we do a lot of the work ourselves, that is time that our staff isn't doing on other things. Not saying I'm not for it, I'm just saying that there is no such thing as a zero cost initiative done by us.
We're just talking,
And
we're just talking.
Dutch Henry's always been there, we've always spent money on Dutch Henry. You know, we saved money on it this year, so, you know, it's
And
like,
you won't pay for the outhouse, right?
huh?
County people dollars?
Does anybody pay the
I have
bill?
no idea.
And let's not forget the rental income on the tubes was up near, $9,000 in 2024, so I think we can double that. So
I do too.
say we put 5 or 6 Gs into it. We gross 20,000 minus all of our expenses, maybe it's a wash.
Yeah.
At the least,
Yeah.
And not just that, but it's a enhanced facility versus what we're working with right now.
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of an opportunity cost around utilising the unit as a warming hut versus operating it as a tubing base, because we're still gonna store all the tubes.
Yeah.
And they take up a bit of space, right? So
Yeah.
I think there might be a bit of conflict between those two
That's a good
uses.
point.
I mean, 30 diameter, where it's also
Yeah, this
pretty
thing's
big.
pretty big.
It's big, right? Yeah.
We're already taking all the tubes out of the shed and then loading them all back in. That situation isn't gonna change, it's just the shape of the shed turns into a fabric
Okay,
30
two
foot circle.
shipping containers with the yard on top of it.
And we can move the foundation with it.
Can you keep the shed and
Oh,
just put the
wait.
yurt right next to it for
Nope,
now?
ADA, it'll need an elevator.
That's right, that's right.
Or a
Ben,
catapult.
Or
What-
80 foot ramp.
well, the location that we're potentially talking about feels like it was where the beginner skiing was gonna go. Can you just give us a reminder?
One of you pull up the map, whoever's running?
Can you just give us a reminder of like when that's supposed to be in the phasing?
Probably not this winter, but definitely next.
Okay.
So we would like your little building.
Where are we putting this? So where are we putting
Or a
it?
gravel pile.
That's why I think Josh and I agree that we actually think if you look on the map, even Google Maps is fine. I know the property lines like the back of my hand at this point. Yeah, the assessor map's even more fun.
Okay.
I agree not to see my neighbor based on.
But I'll try anyway.
Okay, so I would think that the yurt would go somewhere like here.
Right.
Right, this building to me is like not, if your tubing is now over here.
Yeah.
I would think your yurt's like right here.
Yeah.
And even if we moved that building over there, or your yurt was right there, this is a much more logical place now to rent your tubes.
Right. But that location is the one that needs power.
Eventually.
I'm just saying, in order to be the tubing location, it has to have power today.
No, I think
For
you
us to
could,
run a POS.
yeah, unless you ran it off of solar.
How do they do it right now?
Solar
Sure.
slash,
Which is-
Handheld POSs that
Yeah.
don't require power.
but the solar's not super
You have to
expensive,
charge
but
it.
you can use solar for creating minimum
All of
price
them
tag for
plug
that.
into an outlet.
I'm
I mean,
just,
so this,
Just run
Thank
some
you.
cords.
eventually the beginner terrain, right, will go like this.
uh-huh,
And would like, the lift base is gonna be like right here. And so this building will kind of eventually be
Right.
in the way.
Yeah.
So I would never think of putting a yurt here, I think it over here is what would make sense.
right.
And if you run on Cloud City's power and don't do a new power source, that's not very expensive. You know, what you're currently doing is just borrowing. You're actually just borrowing on the line that goes up to the lights that go up the hill.
So,
In the temporary, could it go up to the right though right now? And even
Well, I mean, I
right-
think what I'm most curious about is where's Michael gonna put
Yep,
this 150
exactly.
feet? I think what we've sort of thought is it would start with the curve of the creek
Right.
and then go 150 feet,
Uh-huh.
right? So you're looking like that.
Wow, that's it.
that's 150 feet.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's half a football field.
yeah, it'd go from like the curve, and this doesn't quite look like how it looks right now. The creeks like come like that, right?
Yeah.
So like somewhere like there, and then tubing would go like this. It would not be perfectly north-south, it'd be a little off axis to get the maximum amount of pitch. And you don't want any cross pitch in tubing, you want to go straight.
Off camera sucks.
I mean, I think the other thing is your facility, if it's too far away from the beginning and end of your location,
So it's a tough
your humans are gonna be concerned.
Yeah.
And your humans are
Which
not.
already kinda happens, right? They're here and then people are tubing over here, it's kinda tricky.
It's
Quick in that parcel is the sand district.
This
This
is-
is sand,
Yeah.
They're both
this
sand.
is sand. And then this is you all. This is currently the club, but hopefully by the end of the month is the college.
We need some conversations with you guys if the idea was we might wanna put this straight up on your parcel, you know,
I don't think there's gonna be a lot of pushback.
okay.
Now, you could make the tube stop right here, but it'd be really nice to go onto Josh's property, 20, 30 feet, to reverse grade it, so the tubes flow down naturally.
And will they go up and then come back
Just a
down?
little bit.
Or will they go up and flat?
The idea is to go up just enough to kind of stop, and then you sort of flatten it out.
And then where would that magic carpet go?
It would go right along this.
Okay.
And whether or not you let it put a magic carpet over a wetland, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So you can start your magic carpet, but people don't mind walking on flat,
Right.
right? So people could walk on flat to here, and then the magic carpet could start wherever this
Yeah.
wouldn't get us in trouble.
The magic carpet can't really take people to the top of the tubing hill, it's gonna, it can.
Okay. Yeah, we could, like,
Oh.
not up here, right? You're not ever wanting people to tube from here.
Yeah.
People tube from like right here.
Yeah.
Your magic carpet could do that.
That last stretch gets pretty steep,
It
but
does.
that will be graded.
We would grade it. And you can also like, raise the base here and then push in snow in the, so like, if you raise like a foot here, you change your angles quite a bit.
Right, cause it'll get like pulled out in the summertime, right?
It wouldn't get pulled out, but it would get like roped off and worked on and
Okay,
a lot of magic carpets are kind of like wonky compared to the actual ground.
yeah,
Cause you can kind of build them how you want them.
okay,
So when the snow's gone, they might not be exactly like on the pitch of the ground.
right. They're up on
They have to
cinder
be, they
blocks.
have to be flat, they don't like curve.
Mhm.
So yeah, they're up on like little foundations and stuff. So I would imagine your magic carpet starts somewhere like right here and goes like to there.
There'll be some kind of a setback from the wetland, I would imagine.
There would be some kind of setback from the wetlands. I mean, our current building's gonna go like here, right?
Structures, it's about 16.
Yeah.
I don't know if that carpet counts as a structure.
Well, you'd have to put a base, control room. If the control room comes with the magic carpet, then the tram board permits it along with the carpet. If you have the high school kids build your buildings and don't buy it from the lift manufacturer, it turns out it's a whole different process, which I'm currently going through. So we have to go through FPC to permit the buildings. So we wanna buy the buildings with the magic carpet in the future, and not build them ourselves, and it saves a lot of money.
Is there any class that would be willing to erect that here as a project?
The construction classes are all pretty busy right now with other projects we have them doing. So I'd say if we had a heads up, yes. Like in the next couple months, it'd be tough, they're booked out with projects through the fall. Mostly the lift buildings.
So ideally, we would, during the dirt work phase and the design phase, identify a location or two locations, bring in some gravel, and think about putting the yurt there.
I mean, I think my question would be to Felicia on your team. Just be like, how problematic is your current operational challenges running where you're currently running, and would you want this? And if Felicia's like, oh my god, that would solve my problems, I'll be like, oh, that seems smart. But if Felicia's like, we're totally fine, leave me alone, I'd probably leave it alone. But I do feel like she would have the most insight into kind of how that's gone, because we didn't operate this last year.
Yeah.
And so, I feel like at times she's done pretty well down there, and then I feel like at other times it's been pretty challenging with the amount of tubes and where to keep them. And the other thing with that little fenced in area behind your tubing building is there actually is the old lift motor. Which I think is at this point like a piece of art, so I would love to disassemble that and display it somewhere at the bottom of Dutch.
So it's got that old bull wheel, was it an old rope tow or something?
It was an old rope tow, and the original motor, Howard Triggs told me the last time it operated was in the 50s, like 52 he thinks is the last time it operated. So we have the little, in your little fenced area is the original motor and tow, and then on the top is the original return. And the lift towers are still in the woods there, and they're just old wheels from cars, but they just need trees. So the whole thing's actually really cool, and it is in the lost ski areas of Colorado archive, so I think getting all that stuff and displaying it somehow at the bottom of the Dutch would be kind of a neat
A
thing.
little history lesson.
That sounds awesome.
And the shed could stay with the yurt as where the tubes live. Or shipping containers.
If you can move it.
Yeah, I think we'd have to see how movable it is.
Yeah, it might just crumble apart.
It might be okay. I don't know the history of that building like I know the history of the CCMS building. The CCMS building was the golf course, clubhouse. And then it got moved over to here and given to Cloud City before Cloud City was an illegal entity. And then this was the tubing hill, that didn't go well. So that's when they traded, and then this became, this went to Cloud City, and this became county property, but at one point had been opposite. And then this building was actually cut in half, and then stuck back together to move. And we think they did that at least once and maybe twice.
What a lot of moving.
Huh?
What a lot of moving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but it was the original golf course clubhouse.
Yeah, you can see where they retrofitted those big beams underneath to stabilize it for the move. So I guess we're saying definitely maybe.
I'm almost hearing that, I'm not quite hearing that. I don't think that there's a clear, TBH, I don't think there's a clear plan. Yeah.
I'd be super curious where Michael puts the culvert.
Yep.
What that looks like with sewer and sand, and how far over there we go. And then from an operational perspective, it would greatly ease the burden on your team to have a different location.
So maybe there's some
That's
data
very minimal investment, I think would be wise.
Maybe the pieces are get Michael back, or get Michael to come in and share what he's thinking if he has that yet.
Or just tell me to do it and we'll take a picture of it.
Yeah, we're ready to do the work.
And then I think you need a plan to come back to you guys with and say, here's what we really think you can do it the cheapest for, right? Like what is the realistic, is gravel really the way you wanna go? I just wanna have us think about that a little bit.
Well, a thin, 4-inch, 5-inch slab, 30 by 30, that's basically temporary, we can bust it up pretty quickly. Get rid of it or use it for backfill,
Kind of with us, I think I hear you saying you'll do that yourself.
we'll have to rewind the tape on that last meeting, but I don't know if I said that or not.
We have to rent concrete saw, that'll give us a chance to put our window in.
I would certainly be willing to help with any of that, and, I thought I could personally donate a wood stove, I'll just buy one and put one in. And I'd like to hit up the Mineral Belt Trail for some of the, that money honestly has been sitting in there for years, there's no plan to spend it.
That is true.
That's a pretty good chunk of change, and it would really benefit the Mineral Belt Trail, especially, I don't know, so maybe that would help.
If you're using it as a strictly warming hut, not holding anything in it, then it's open to everything as a warming hut potentially.
Yeah.
It's a different conversation.
Right.
Well, your things are going in the shipping container.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the Mineral Belt Trail Committee is in charge of the money that's over at Community Fund, thank you. But I also feel like the money that's sitting here at the county, we have to figure out how we can invest that to make more money with the Mineral Belt Trail, because it takes a lot of maintenance, and it'd be great if it were helping to make,
How do
to
you
like pay
make
for
money
itself.
off the Mineral Belt Trail?
Well, the Loppet is the traditional fundraising.
Sure.
But then also the QR codes, any of them, like, I think most of it would have to be marketing. They would go towards actual fundraising of the users. So I just wanna say, that's what I'm hoping some of the money will be actually used for, is to generate more, because that trail, I don't think we've actually used money from the Mineral Belt Trail Fund to do the maintenance of that place. Whereas I think that was the point, was to create the fund to actually maintain the trail. So I would like to see a new structure where it actually funds itself better. But I see how we could use some of the funds for this. But I also don't wanna be in this place where we're just spending money without trying to make the money work.
And any of the QR codes right now send you to Lake County Community Fund.
Yeah, which is great,
People don't wanna donate to Lake County government.
cause you can't. That's why there's a fund.
If I were the Mineral Belt Trail folks, I would wanna see some groomed line that would lead me to the warming hut. Instead of having to take your skis off and walk across the parking lot.
That is in the plan, so, honestly, this year, the Nordic teams of the high school needed better training, and so the plan is actually, and we actually do groom this to here.
Oh, okay.
We actually would groom it all the way out to here, so they'd have like a beginner loop. And we're actually gonna groom quite a bit of this on the top too, so that they have like a little up and down hill over here.
Okay.
But yeah, we would definitely groom from here to here. But I know the Mineral Belt has some kind of longer term interest too in not this weird situation. They'd like to come through here and then use the crosswalk.
The safe spot.
Yeah, and so I think, and obviously, you know, then the Mineral Belt could do something like this. And that'd be fine, I think with all the land use involved, you have to figure it out, but then the Mineral Belt would actually just come through all this. Or maybe it stays on this side of the creek and does that or something. But this is problematic, like people drive down here, get stuck.
Yeah.
People don't know how to cross here, like we have a crosswalk here. I mean, this would just be an awesome roundabout, right?
That would be, or a street light, if we can get CDOT on board with that.
Honestly, so we're just about done with the multimodal transportation study, and one of the recommendations coming out of that is a roundabout and potential movement of the Mineral Belt to make it safer for everyone crossing there, so. I mean, that we'll bring that and present it once the report is final, but that is one of the initial things that's in there.
But also multimodal just got significantly gutted from the state.
For projects.
Just saying,
We
we've
still-
done all
we
this
still
work
have-
and like there's no money left.
That's
We
gonna
still have
affect
a fair bit
sand.
of funding needed planning.
That's awesome.
All the more reason for us to get out of there.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah,
and what you said earlier is really, sparks my interest about leasing the property out and maintaining it as something to borrow against. That, you know, would it make things complicated, but potentially easier for certain situations.
Well, shoot, shall we start wrapping this up and see where we're at? I mean, this work session was about the yurt. I mean, this is great, we're talking about the long-term stuff, but now that C4's withdrawn their request for the yurt, do you wanna just wrap up your thoughts on just the yurt, what we should do with it?
Yeah.
Could we go back to them and ask them for an update? I mean, do they just wanna buy it from us?
I mean, I bet they'd be open to most things. I think they were like, wow, this is not
Where they saw it going.
where they saw it going, they thought this was a way to use a thing that wasn't being used, so I bet they'd be open to us reapproaching a different model. I think that from this conversation, I've heard a lot of wonderful ideas, and I love all of them. But I still haven't heard the like, we have planning to do, we have lots of different funding mechanisms, specifically with CMC, to get on board for that phase plan to happen. There's just a lot of things still up in the air for us to make a decision on where we would use the yurt. And I haven't yet heard significantly what the problem is that this would solve yet. We don't have enough data to know how much this place would be used with the new situation. And I still haven't been convinced that we'll actually be using it soon. So, not to say that we won't be,
No, I hear that.
but I haven't heard it yet.
Is it significantly up in the air enough to let the yurt go, or is it up in the air enough to wanna hold on to it and try and make it work, which would be my preference? Cause they were talking about not even making it work this summer, but is that right, making it work next summer for themselves?
No, it's this next school year,
Okay,
cause every single Lake County student
yeah.
goes to the farm and would use the yurt. So the students aren't using it during the summer.
Yeah.
It's like Rocky's Rock who's using it.
Well, I'm torn. I hate to see it just sit and while we plan and let time go by, and in the meantime, they're like, we could have been using this the whole time. I'm torn.
I mean, it's a yurt, it's not a permanent structure, we could try it, you know, in multiple options, but I think we're thinking about this like it's a permanent structure, that's what the beauty of what it is that we can put it right there, you know? with if Leadville Sand greenlights that and see how that works. Ideally, what I think is that we do some homework on what a gravel base looks like. We do some follow-up with tubing operations and see if it does anything that helps. We do a little bit of brainstorming about does reaching out to GoCo step on any toes of any other projects that are happening. Talk with the Mineral Belt folks about groomed connections and partnerships with, you know, paying for some gravel or a heating system or a solar panel or two. And my gut really says like we're overcomplicating this. And I apologize, cause I know everybody is much better at deliberate planning and being more for, you know, long-term thought, but what I think about is with the yurt is it's a great temporary solution. It's not permanent, it doesn't have to be so forward thought. I thought it would be a really good segue into what happens next. And so I was kind of maybe carelessly, but just more like, let's put this thing out, you know, not this year, but gather some info this year, and then it goes out next year to see how it enhances the whole tubing experience. And instead of seeking perfection, I think could be a flaw in this whole process.
I think, I agree, Andy, and I think it's good to be nimble and not overcomplicate things, I totally agree. And the other part of me is like, well, we weren't even talking about this year until C4 brought it to us, and now it becomes this like, oh, well, we could use this, and it becomes a cost and a redirect of staff's time and energy that wasn't planned just because like it plopped in front of us. And I like that we can be nimble and like change direction and change tact and, you know, apply for things like that water whatever quickly. But I don't wanna just like operate like that, and it feels like this is a little bit of us trying to like see an opportunity that apparently we've had the whole time. It's not feeling like one of the opportunities I would jump on. Whereas I would rather maintain a little more flexibility for other things that jump in front of us, as opposed to this like, oh shoot, we forgot we had this. Let's throw it over
I don't think we
here.
knew we had it, it was a mythical item.
Somebody knew we had it, and C4 came to us in August, so we've remembered that we have had it for months, almost a year.
Thank you to them for bringing it to our attention.
That's right.
And it's really, it's unfortunate that it happened that way, but it's just the way it happened. I guess I'm still torn, but I don't know what the action items are not. I don't know if we can have some time to think about this, do what Andy said, just give it a minute. Can we do that?
Of course.
They may withdraw entirely and say, we don't even want it anymore. We've made other arrangements. We've looked into purchasing a smaller one or something, and then we are stuck with it.
I mean, I think that that's what they've done so far, based on their email to us. It was like, hey, we're good.
Yeah.
This is too politically fraught. We love the idea of Dutch Henry. If that's what you guys wanna do, please do it.
I don't think it's politically fraught. I think that's an overstatement.
It felt a little political in our last conversation, and I don't know why, but I definitely got some of that vibe.
Okay, well, let's wrap it up, you guys. I think we need some time to think about this and see, start to answer some of these questions, and maybe it'll come back up and we'll have more answers, so.
Can I try to, just real quick, try to boil it down to just two things real quick for action items? So I guess what I'm hearing is our two options are, do we wanna pursue, go back to C4 and see if they're still interested as option one?
Let's wait, I think we should wait on that.
Okay, it seemed like from the email, they were wanting to withdraw entirely, so, but that came up, so I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
So then is our other, potential action is pursue what it would take to put the yurt up at Dutch Henry this coming winter? So that it's out from storage, it's up and utilized. Or is there a third option that I'm not hearing? I know there were some other ideas of locations kicked around in the last discussion,
Yeah.
but not necessarily.
I mean, in a perfect
This is
world,
much further along than any of those other alternates.
in
that
a
I
perfect world, these guys are like, yeah, go ahead and set it up. We've got our new straight tubing hill, and if it's just a warming hut one year and then turns into concessions the next year, who knows? I feel like in a perfect world, we put the thing up and see what happens. You know what?
In the most modest way
Yeah, honestly,
possible.
that's why I think some homework on, sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, not an $80,000 install, but let's get the thing out of storage, see if it still works, and it's still viable. Put it in gravel, some mat and some concrete, so that would be my hope, is that we're not looking at a giant capital outlay.
I'm really curious, I think part of that, I'm really curious how much access there is across that 150-foot culvert situation, because I think we've all established the better place for it is on the north side of the stream. So, and then you don't wanna send people back around to the south or to the west to go back up, you wanna be able to send them closer to the tubing. So how much easement is there for people to walk right now? And that's, I think we would need Ben, you and Michael to connect about that. So we actually have an answer to that, because if people are just gonna fall off of the culvert into the wetlands, then it's not feasible.
I mean, if the
Period.
tubing hill takes up 50 of the 100 feet.
Right.
150, then I think that leaves, we're not gonna have a magic carpet in yet or anything like that.
I just want it to be double checked.
Yeah.
I just want it to be double checked,
No,
because
sorry,
it makes
sorry.
sense, I agree, but
Yeah, I reached out to Michael today to keep that moving along, and so, you know, hopefully him and his team are thinking about where that's gonna go and
Yeah.
give us some ability. Typically, if you think of a tube shaper, right, so you have like little tiny tubing lanes, not like the craziness we've had, but like a tube shaper is the same as a tiller.
Yeah.
Right, so it's basically one width of a cat is 2 tubing lanes. So we have 4 of those, you're looking at 2 cats wide.
Cool.
So that's the amount of tubing you're gonna have.
Dished out like
A
this?
little bit dished out.
Okay.
You know, if your pitch is right, and there's no camber, and it's straight, and then you have a little dish,
Yeah.
you're hopefully making it all pretty safe. And we have to have a bit of a dish going across the culvert.
Right.
And I'm guessing we don't wanna run it right next to the edge, we wanna like not have the snowcat falling, remember these are beginner snowcat operators as well.
that's right,
And so we wanna have like a little bit of grace on either side as well for the snowcats.
right, there's gonna be like culvert and dirt work, snow work,
Right,
so there's gonna be
yeah, there'll be some kind of
quite a
buffer on both
setback,
sides.
yeah, some setback.
Ben, how big will the jumps be? Will they be smallish? Will they be tabletops?
Did Sterling just show up in our
Will
conversation?
they be
Big jumps.
one lane?
My
is
mother would feel
table
like she
top?
gets cheated or she's gonna get a back injury every time she comes into.
Your coccyx just
Yeah.
breaks right out.
Oh, that's one thing we didn't
Who in
figure
Leadville
in.
doesn't have a tubing injury?
I was gonna say, what about the cost of the lawsuits? I mean, that has to be figured in.
If tubings are traditionally profitable,
We
we'll
gotta go
probably
now.
do it.
Okay,
Data collection.
Yeah,
well, one guy did win a lawsuit against us, he broke his ankle.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's a fair point.
There's been a couple over the years.
Yeah.
And
Josh, do
CMC's
you feel
grateful
like you
it's
have enough
never come
direction?
back on us for
Yeah,
I think so.
we got it.
our involvement.
We'll take care of it. Take care of all that.
Ben, what do you need from us to help with the planning, so that we can get like the bigger picture, more updated picture of this?
I honestly think whatever Michael has from the Corps of Engineers to really get a sense of what this culvert will look like, if I could share that with Spencer Stanek,
Okay,
I think he can update my Dutch master plans.
okay,
He probably needs whatever drawings he got from the Corps, saying exactly how this is gonna go. And then I think Spencer could probably give us all 3 or 4 scenarios
awesome,
based
cause
on
that would help
Yeah.
us locate the year.
Yeah, that'd be great. Good
Okay.
first step, good first steps.
So I don't know what exactly Michael has from the Corps, if it's an actual engineering drawing, or if it's like maps of where the 150 feet go.
yeah.
I think that'll help.
Thank you all.
And I know the current culvert is kind of leaking
Underneath the road?
underneath the Dutch Henry building.
Oh,
Cause we actually do culvert down there by the building again.
yeah.
And so I don't know if Michael had approached the Corps about repairing that culvert, or if we're just leaving that one for now. I'm fine just leaving it for now and pretending I didn't say it.
Right.
I remember that a little,
But yeah, there was an issue with the
Underneath
current culvert as well.
building. Yeah, oh, I forgot about that. Fun.
Time to move the building a third time, we'll just
Cut it in three
That could be our
pieces this
yurt.
time.
And Cloud City is very clear at the college that any land donation does not include their building, they get exclusive access to their building forever.
Okay.
They're very attached,
That's so sweet.
it's a lovely place, a
Yeah,
lot of memories.
Wow,
Okay,
nice
Shelley?
job.
that was great, that was really great, thank you guys all for coming.
Mhm.
This wraps up our work session at 4:40.
Thanks, team.
Thank you guys.
Appreciate coming.
Appreciate
Good job,
y'all.
Chair.
Yeah.